Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Victoria 3. We are back and still waiting for the gang, but we have Ruben here.
Hello.
And Agonia with
Hey.
activity.
Yeah, I'm trying to open the cola.
I will open the Fritz Cola bottle. Fritz Cola bottle, the official drink for virtual imperialism. Not sponsored.
Not real imperialism, which is back with a vengeance.
I mean, did it ever really stop?
I mean, it changed, I'd say.
It was more economic imperialism.
Like, let me just put it like this. The USA did do a form of imperialism that really was bad on a lot of the global south over there, especially the Cold War. The Soviet Union also did
you
it.
mean neo-colonialism, sort of?
But yeah, basically that, and like it's also a form of imperialism / we can talk about it a lot. It's just more like similar results with different methods, and I would say maybe I would say also hello Lena.
Oh, hello.
That it was maybe overall a bit nicer. Like, here's the thing. USA still exploited those countries.
But they didn't attack them. Except a few.
It was still better than the whole, troops show up, do genocide, and then just exploit the rest with slave labor type of thing. It was before that.
We should just ethnically cleanse Gaza, sort of thing. Not like that.
Oh, God. Yeah, let's just put it like this. It was still exploitation. It was still right to call it a form of imperialism. But it was different.
Maybe slightly
it was
less
bad, but like it was less.
Or it was a different kind of bad.
It was that's the thing. It was different kind of bad. It should still have been stopped, and so on and so forth. But I'm sorry to say it, but I think what a lot of people don't grasp is that this era of comparatively mild imperialism is just over. Period. It's gone. It's just gone. Sorry, with the invasion of Ukraine, Russia just literally knocked on the door and was like, guess what, bitch? We're back in Victorian era imperialism. We're just grabbing that land by military force. Fuck you. And doing a bit of ethnic cleansing on the side, just for good measure. And
I keep saying it, but the Maya were right, just in a different way. Ever since 2012, time had been flowing backwards.
I guess to a degree. I guess. Was K-pop already big back in the before I was? Because I wish there was. No, fuck. We had a return of Linkin Park, and now they have Scientologists on board.
Oh God.
Also, swing is back. Electro swing.
I mean, I guess.
Is it?
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, electro swing is fairly popular, at least.
Yeah.
The turbulent 20s. Oh gosh.
The thing is just.
Oh, just wait for the next financial crisis.
Oh, again. The thing is just it's like imperialism is back, and this is what I already wrote on Blue Sky, and what I will keep saying is, if you have elections and some party is, still talking about Ukraine war as if we can solve this diplomatically, we just need to talk. They are living in the past or are actively actually trying to help Russia, just they don't want you to catch on to it, I'm not saying all of them do it. Again, a lot of people are just fucking naive because they're basically confronted with a new world order where, Russia is doing diplomacy at gunpoint. And if you're but the military-industrial complex is profiting from it, no shit, Sherlock. But also, is the military-industrial complex preventing the invasion of Ukraine with it? Also, yes. So maybe bite in that fucking sour apple, maybe think about regulations, higher taxes on them maybe, and also just
or
accept...
maybe state-owned.
Yeah, and maybe accept the fact that any proposal that comes we need to take away the weapons from Ukraine, but has no plan to take away the weapons of Russia, or it's just maybe if we just do some preventing them from getting the material. No, here's the thing. The problem is Russia is a war economy. If you're trying to make, how's it called again? The thing that when you block stuff going into a country, embargoes. Embargoes. Yeah, if you say, oh, we should only embargo military stuff, we shouldn't embargo civilian stuff. Again, are you fucking stupid? Because they will use that.
Dual use.
Yeah. They just will keep doing it. It's like it.
Yeah.
Like the biggest thing.
Even if you would force a peace for now, Russia would just build up and do it again.
Yeah, maybe the thing is again, and that thing is, hey, maybe we could actually force a peace for 5 years, but in that 5 years, sorry, I have to say it, Ukraine needs to be armed more, and maybe we should actually bite the sour apple and put troops in Ukraine, because they may run the math in 5 years, Putin, with peace, Putin could just attack again, and they're rearmed. So whoa, we're really starting out with the fucking heavy topics here, but it's election on Sunday, and I really want to hammer that home to everyone. Imperialism is back, and imperialism really fucking wants to just invade Ukraine, or Taiwan for that matter, which is also a thing that's currently fucking watched. Just
all the Baltics.
All the Baltics, and a lot of other land in the world. The military-industrial complex would allow peace for 5 years. Listen, that's not even the question at this point. The military-industrial complex doesn't really care about that. They just want to sell in general, and there's currently a general rearmament, so they're just making money. They don't really.
The thing is, Rheinmetall stock.
Yeah.
No, genuinely, it's gone up so much.
It's just That's just that's just sadly the world we're currently living in. There are a lot of countries that want to that are genuinely interested in democracy and want to uphold those principles, even if they're all having their own weird thing. But sorry, fascism is coming back. Imperialism is actively enacting. Hello, Zepp.
Hello.
Right into the heavy topics.
Yes, we're enacting Zepp.
We are reenacting Zepp, yes. He's getting reenacted. And the thing is just... The sad part is, democracy has to be defended. Leftist values have to be defended. And at some point, you just have to sit down and ask yourself, who's going to actually make those weapons? How are you going to make those weapons? Who gets those weapons? That is just something you need to actually, be mindful of, because, the thing is, if Ukraine falls, this won't stop. It never stopped. It didn't stop with Poland. It didn't stop with Czechoslovakia. It didn't stop with Austria. We saw that playbook play out before. And, similarly, let's just be real here, it also won't stop with Canada if we're going that route, by the way,
Or Greenland.
Or Greenland, or Mexico, or Panama, because never will.
What are you talking about? The U.S. has clearly restricted intentions.
Oh, God.
We're not going to go any further than that.
Just give Trump what he wants, then he won't stop bitching. He'll stop bitching us. Totally, that will work.
Yeah. Appeasement works.
Peace in our time.
Yeah. Just do appeasement. Just give Taiwan to China. They will probably. They might even stop with the whole Uyghur thing. Uyghur. How are they pronounced?
In English? No idea.
I think you got it right.
Uyghur. That's correct.
Uyghur. Okay.
Yeah.
You're essentially saying it correctly.
Just
they would probably just add another population to genocide then, but
sorry for my sarcasm, but that just had to go out, because again, if you're watching this, if you're hearing this, if you're watching live and you're living in Germany, be fucking mindful of who you're going to vote on Sunday. First of all, don't fucking vote AfD. Don't vote for the fucking Nazis. They're Nazis. We're legally allowed to call at least some of them Nazis. So that's that. Second of all, be mindful of everyone else who, still has a very wishy-washy, maybe we should just, not give Ukraine that many weapons anymore, and maybe there's a different solution type of things, because again, either they're just cloaking the intention of helping Putin, or they're just really fucking naive. Period. Hey, have your stuff out of the way.
You know what? If this is somehow some kind of like genius move to trick Putin into a false sense of security, and then all of a sudden we have like a Ukrainian resurgence or whatever, and like boots on the ground, like trap type thing, I will be stunned.
Yeah,
It's
doubt it.
extremely unlikely.
I don't think. Yeah.
But if it is, I will lose my mind because of how impossible that seems to be.
I mean, it is impossible.
Also, a quick little hot take. Even if we are to assume the peace deal or whatever that Trump wants, if we're
It's
to
not
assume,
gonna happen.
Okay, that happened. Well, even if we assume, okay, it happens and whatever result, like it happens as it's intended and things go swimmingly smooth, what does the U.S. even get out of this? Resource rights? Those resource
Yeah, he
rights
wants
are gonna
them.
be shit. They're gonna be terrible. No, like even if you assume like the best case scenario in this, where we get a whole bunch of really cool resources and whatnot, it's going to be over mining, which is going to damage agricultural production, which is going to damage Ukraine's ability to food supply other parts of the world.
Yeah.
Which is going to damage further economies. It's also going to generate bad will for the U.S. It's also and those resources can be found in other places that we already have potential easy access to, or
Canada.
even if not easy access, it's where we have potential good access to.
Australia.
I mean,
Even setting aside Canada,
Within the
Australia,
US.
or
Within
nation.
the US. Within
Zep-
the US, there's deposits of.
With this mathematics, I'm ignoring resource deposits in the U.S. because there's
Planning and.
there's
Yeah.
planning, there's resources, there's land ownership, there's stuff like that that can get in the way of that stuff.
Fucking NIMBYs.
So even with all of this stuff, we're not getting anything really substantially valuable out of this.
Yeah.
That's more a
It's
Trump
not
thing.
in fact.
it
It's
really...
not America first, it's America fucking last. Let's fuck up our own.
No, Room. The thing is, the same reason why he wants to invade Canada and such is simply he wants to be one of those great military, leaders / dictators of one of those. Look, I gained the mining rights for the US. Look, I expanded our territory, even though it makes no sense to do so.
He wants to do his own
He wants to
Louisiana
go down in
purchase.
history. He wants
Yeah.
to be the next Louisiana Purchase.
Yeah.
He wants to be on the dollar bill. It's that kind
Yeah,
of bullshit.
that's the thing. He literally wants to do that, and he wants to be in Mount Rushmore, and that's why we have bullshit like the Gulf of America. And I mean, hey, but you know what? It led to very, very funny things. Like people in Canada are now kind of seriously discussing, hey, should Canada join the EU? Which would be funny, hilariously fucking funny. By the way,
There's like 27% support, at least in polling.
yeah, because people get the thing is, people get like oh, he wants to invade us. He kind of means this seriously. There doesn't seem to be the biggest pushback. Hey, how are our choices in the EU? Oh, we're already basically fulfilling nearly everything to join them. And we would actually gain some stuff from that, and they would help us militarily. Yeah, why not? At this point, it's a no-brainer. I mean, they're already basically neighbors, like Greenland is Denmark. Just saying.
France borders Canada as well. They've got that small.
Yeah.
So again,
The thing is just, they're talking about it, and it would be very funny. And just I want to point out, I'd actually be happy. Greenland, hey Gossov girl, Greenland is Denmark. Yes, Greenland is owned by Denmark.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can actually see it.
Technically its own.
It's an
technically its own nation, but it is a
autonomous region.
It's more. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's more autonomous than an autonomous region. It's but it is kind of similar to. It's got a mix of things. it's very autonomous, but it's also treated similarly to the whole like.
Yeah, I mean,
Scotland. It's part of Britain.
yeah. The thing is more like
It's kind of like I don't know for sure, but it sounds also kind of like the Dutch colonies in the Caribbean, like the Curacao and Aruba and.
we could maybe
So like
do like
they also have like they're not part of the Netherlands proper, but they're part of the Kingdom of the
Yeah.
Netherlands. They have like various
Yeah,
autonomy,
but, like-
but not really. Yeah.
But the thing that you need to keep in mind, Gods of Girl, Iceland and Greenland. Yes, I know. It's very funny how some, they landed in a very lush.
Can
green-
we start for once?
Yeah, we can start, I guess.
Thank you.
Is everyone ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Those were Iceland and Greenland are they were Viking colonies. Agonia intervention. Yeah, she does this a bunch of times.
Have to.
So while there are natives in Iceland, there are also just a lot of Scandinavian descent people, because again this was Viking territory, and the Vikings went from here to here. Because of ask how you are.
I'm fine. A bit ill.
Yeah, but
Otherwise, fine.
yeah, basically the thing is that Greenland is like, it's kind of counter to Denmark. I don't even know if they like. I mean, listen, Greenland, despite its name, is we kind of sorry to say this, we've kind of been ill on and off the last 2 weeks. It's
Yeah,
recovering.
it's just a cold.
Yeah, like the thing is, Greenland is just ice. It's just like there's not a lot. Like you have you go seal hunting, I guess. So,
There's natural gas and there's geothermal gas.
but like it's not used a lot, and that's fine. Like it's just a very, very rural area, and from what I gather, it's like it's autonomous because it kind of has its own, it has its own culture and such. But like,
How do you hunt seals?
I mean, with harpoons, but now
the Faroe
with,
Islands or Greenland.
it's Greenland. What I'm talking about, by the way.
Wait,
Oh, okay.
wait, hold on. So Greenland has seals? Oh,
They have seals.
Maybe want more of those.
Yeah.
If you would actually hunt seals, like, sustainably and for a good reason, you could cuddle with them after you killed them.
What the fuck went through your mind for that
You
comment?
can't cuddle with live seals, that's not good for them.
Have you ever tried that?
No, but I know it's not good for them. If they lose their fear of humans, they come too close to human settlements and stuff, and it's not good for any animal.
I mean, yeah, we've been to a seal station here. They're very cute. They're
So,
very.
so if you hunt them, that's your only opportunity there.
You know how fucked up that thought is to a degree.
Then do
though?
it the other way around. Cuddle with them first against their...
That is even more fucked up. God.
I'm not good with morals, I'm just saying that's your only viable option. Okay?
The only seals you should cuddle with are the plushy ones.
Yes, and Blahash, which is almost a seal, but a shark.
There's a reason why wildlife photographers are forbidden from interacting with animals
Yeah.
to photograph.
Yeah. That's what...
And
We're
it's
not supposed to.
because, we want to remain authentic. It's no, we need to make sure that these animals do not grow accustomed to humans
Yeah.
being a safe thing or a
Yeah.
happy
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
But, like,
because if they do, then either humans grow accustomed to, like with that one big lion seal, I think.
Lion seal in New Zealand.
Yeah. And then you have
Yeah.
the problem that they get too close, and then the seal obviously gets stressed and
Yeah.
loses its chill and maybe kills someone, and then the seal is gonna get
Yeah.
shot. That's how it always ends.
Don't get close to wild animals. They're wild for a reason.
Do it from afar. It's so much easier. Like, you
Yeah.
don't bother them, they don't bother you.
I mean, there are also some animals where you kind of want to keep the distance, even if you don't want to. Just looking at you bears, the forbidden forest floofs.
See? Those are also things you can only cuddle with if you hunt them.
No. Here's the thing: if there are bears in captivity
like,
and you raise them, you can actually cuddle with them. You need to be very, very, very fucking careful, but you can. They're actually very social animals, but also
as carnivores tend to be. Yes, that would be the other option, I guess.
Domestication.
yes.
I mean, the Russians did that with foxes, but then the Soviet Union collapsed and that program sort of ended. But they made
Yeah,
good
but that's
progress.
not a good thing. Just leave foxes.
Oh. Speaking of that, I did see a thing earlier this year about how foxes are slow. How scientists seem to believe that foxes are slowly domesticating themselves.
I mean, it's
That's right.
they probably realize they
With
can
enough
get
time.
food. Yeah, they can get food, and they are cute, and then people are like, I have a little yap machine in my home. Things you can only cuddle if you had it. Yes, Ghost of Girl, welcome. This is me living with a Golia. You just sometimes get some phrases where you're like, oh, that was definitely a train of thought where I don't know the starting point. And it could sound very bad out of context.
That's why there's out of context agonia.
That's why that account exists. Scientists are full of shit. I mean,
Depends on the scientist.
depends very much on the scientist, actually.
Yeah. Everyone is full of shit before they go to the toilet.
Oh yeah. I mean, I guess I have to defend that. I worked with scientists. I did some science myself. Ooh. No, seriously, I actually worked in a cancer research lab once. It was fun. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing with science,
To,
you know.
Cat lady on the internet.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with science is just like, there are some who just say bullshit, but like sometimes, you know, evidence actually points towards stuff, and then, you know, later we find out it wasn't because there's new. I mean, okay, there's also just stupid shit like, oh, look, the alpha wolf exists, and like, have you looked at wolves outside of captivity? Oh.
Hey, you have to give credit to the man. After he found out that his study only applies at very specific circumstances,
Yes,
he
I
used
know.
his whole life till now still to rectify that.
Yeah.
Okay?
I mean, the thing is, actually, it's like, I hate that because this just kind of, like, because of this bullshit we have, you know, on one hand, a lot of, you know, stupid alpha male crap on the internet, and on the other hand, it kind of ruined any fiction about wolves or werewolves, especially because people are too fucking stupid to actually read up how wolf structures actually are, which, you know, is just such a better basis for every single bit of literature, but no.
And until they prove otherwise, it also has ruined Monster Hunter World. Wild, sorry.
They really shouldn't have called. I mean, here's the thing: the alpha structure does exist in nature, in certain species. You know which one it, for example, exists?
You do also have the problem with
Okay.
in science right now where people are using like ChatGPT and stuff basically just to
Yeah.
bullshit and vomit out articles by
God,
the
that's-
boatload. So
Before we called each other and everything, I was browsing Reddit for some reason. Yeah, and someone gave like a summarization of a board game. And they were like, unlike other turn-based board games and stuff, this is basically what they said. And it was so weirdly written until someone pointed out, hey, this is also a turn-based board game. Looks like it was generated. And, the person who wrote the first thing basically admitted, yeah, I just asked ChatGPT to summarize it. And of course they did it wrong.
It's all. Everything is going stupid. I hate it.
Yeah.
You know what? At least we have the Aldi lesbians.
Yes.
They are very
that's
important.
nice.
Do you know of the Aldi lesbians?
Wait, was it Aldi Nord or Aldi Sud?
It's Aldi Nord, actually. Do you know of them? Yes.
They're the one we don't have in the UK.
Oh no, I mean if you know of the Aldi lesbians.
I saw your tweet about it.
It triggered a reaction. Yes, I tweeted it, but they just I can retweet it so everyone can see it again. Basically, Aldi Nord started a 24/7 lo-fi stream, and they're kind of changing the picture every day. And right now, actually today, for like still 1.5 hours, there are literally 2 girls, and they're like so incredibly queer coded. It is like, no, I'm like, it was like, should I call them lesbians? And I looked at their designing, and I was like, let me just pull it up on screen. Actually, we are doing this now.
Sure.
Just okay, yeah. So, I mean, I'm sorry. The girl on the right is trans, and the other one is gay, because, like, look at that choker.
Look at those colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yes, I know, they are gay. It's just like, I just looked at, this came up, and I was like, holy shit.
Remember when the Sound Euphonium anime came out and the whole Reddit entries were made about, no, that's just friendship. Like, in my musical club, it was the same.
Your musical club was gay, Harold.
I mean,
Yeah.
it was at least in my high school.
But yeah, I retweeted on Blue Sky if you all want to have a look at it again. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
Begonia, real quick. Do you want to oppose this from the French?
I see nothing from the French. I see what they do.
Oh, yeah.
The one in North Africa.
For some reason, I see it on them, but I'm not in there, I think. Yeah, I'm not in here.
Oh, yeah, shit, no, that's because you're,
A puppet.
it's because of your puppet.
Yeah.
I can hold on. I can join in. Let me see if I can.
But I'm
on,
unsure
I
if you
might
can
have-
defend
yeah.
Trugget because they're like locked.
Yeah.
Well, so the idea wouldn't be to. My interest wasn't necessarily to defend them. It was to get French Senegal.
Yeah, that's
But-
fair.
I don't know if that's really a viable thing to do. Because I'd have to defend from naval invasions.
The British hate them. I think.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to convince the British to join.
Yeah.
That would be up to Troger.
Ironically, lots of people hate them, like Prussia and Russia as well.
Maybe we hold off on.
For now. Yeah.
I mean,
I'll let this go.
Gustav girl, you I think you already posted lesbians, and since I allowed that, now Twitch is just like, yeah, lesbians is fine. But yeah, yeah, I'm like, I looked at those and I was like, those are very, like, no straight girl dresses like that. Both of them. Just no. Like, I'm sorry. You want to tell me a girl has this hair color grade and wears this kind of, sweatshirt? Is this a sweatshirt? And want to tell me, and also she chews bubblegum.
So I wasn't necessarily looking just at the sweatshirt girl. The way the high pants are worn with the undershirt with long sleeves.
Yeah.
And the beanie.
Yeah. Also, choker with a heart, a medallion on it. It's like, yeah, sorry, those are girlfriends. Those are very gay.
Yeah.
Her girlfriend definitely dyes her hair. Yes, I really hope this reaches more artists because we need more fan art of them. We need to spread the Aldi Nord lesbians. We need to spread. It's a piece of joy in this otherwise very miserable year, and I think we need to share that with more people.
Oh, no, I just noticed that the ad is for Kerrygold.
It's kind of changing through it. So,
That's the most changing part of the live stream.
yeah, the whole idea is that they just like, oh hey, this is I think the funniest part for me was like I literally watched that for a bit and I was like, oh yeah, actually that would be nice. It's like, fuck, they got me. yeah, those are the Aldi lesbians. They're very good. We need more of them.
Yes.
But capitalism isn't it just still capital?
I mean, you know what? It's capitalism that works, I guess.
Not really. That's a marketing stream for products is not necessarily capitalism.
I mean, yeah,
It's
it's advertisement. It promotes a form of capitalism, but like,
What's gay capitalism? Boo.
But to be fair, you can't not promote capitalism to some degree if you do any kind of advertisement right now, because that's how the economy works right now.
yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
I mean, even anything leftist sold is kind of just like just more capitalism.
It exists in a capitalistic system, so they're, you know, like if you're for communism, you still can't escape that you're living in a capitalist system.
Yeah,
It's markets all the way down.
Yep. Anyway,
Austria, what are you doing? Why do you have 1k iron minus? The fuck? I hate you, Austria. Go away.
don't blame the Austrians for having an iron deficit.
Oh, maybe the Austrians
They
got
need a better diet.
Maybe.
Yeah, because I think they start out trading with the Ottomans.
I think we're embargoed because I have trade routes to maybe her.
Yeah, they hate you. They hate the Ottomans.
Yeah.
Oh well. But yeah. Oh shit! Next week is
Next week.
Next week is Once of the Wilds. Yeah,
Yes,
I totally
yes,
forgot that. We're gonna play some. I still need to pre-order it. Fuck. I forgot.
There's
Yeah.
capitalism.
1 million GDP.
Yeah, but like, what? I heard something about.
Reached a million GDP.
Oh,
Nice
nice.
GA.
Nice.
But yeah, Monster Hunter Wild's gonna probably go and make big launch day lobby and. For anyone who
And
wants
then
to
we
join.
will see how it will actually turn out. Because
Yeah.
because
Oh wait, it's on the 28th. So I guess next week Wiki Free Friday then, or are we just
Yes.
going to stream all the day and then make a pause and then go back to it? Who knows? I don't know. Maybe Ruben has another run-in with the police.
It wasn't me, it was next door.
I know, but like, high life.
Oh yeah, that was the fall guy, wasn't it?
Can we should we talk about this on stream? What happened, or do you want to rant? Just
Oh no! Oh, I don't know what happened. Basically, next door got raided by the police. It took like 3 police cars and about half an hour of shouting and banging. And when I went out in the morning to go to work, the front door just had a massive hole through it, and there were beer cans everywhere, trash everywhere, 2 shopping carts from I don't fucking know where. I think Asda, which would be weird because that's like 2 miles away. I don't know, and it's weird. I'm not in a bad area, but it's just this one person who's
happens sometimes.
yeah, I think a few years ago we had police knocking. Remember?
Yeah, that was like, I think someone. What was it again?
Bundespolizei.
No. What? Wait. I think someone. I think an apartment here was empty for a bit, and I think someone hidden there or so.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Funny shit. They didn't even need to raid it. They just sat in front of the door and were like, "You have to come out at one point." And then apparently the guy was just like, "Yeah." So no big deal happened. I mean, it's not like the how's it called? Capri Sun hostage situation.
Oh yeah.
That was down the street. There was a hostage situation, and the hostage taker demanded a Capri Sun.
Understandable.
He got his Capri Sun, and everything was resolved without problems.
Sometimes you just get those cravings.
Yeah.
Like our house is how do they say that?
Some people have problems here. Like, not,
Yeah,
you know...
it's
It's a council housing, basically. Or,
what does that mean?
try to find it. It's sort of like state-owned housing that's used for.
It's not
people-
state-owned. It's not state-owned.
It's
Well, it
private.
doesn't have to be state-owned, but it's like sort of
Like government
it's for
owned.
people that need care and help and stuff like that, or
Yeah,
if you're on
roughly.
government benefits or something like that.
Basically, this is still like a private building, but they're working together with an organization in the lowest floor, basically. And then they have like people that care, like either like just talking or help you with certain stuff.
It's like...
So we have a lot of people with psychological problems here.
yeah, it's like basically the... How's it called?
Living
It's,
or
how is it? I
it's not-
think it's... They're like... I don't want to... It's not NGOs. It's like... It's a...
Read it through the translator.
Non-profit. It's a non-profit.
social housing, or
No,
It's social. It's social housing, but from like a non-profit. I think.
No, the housing is owned privately.
Yeah, but like it's an organization behind it that specifically works together with.
They work together.
it's the
but,
same ends, sort of, but different means.
Yeah, but basically
So
the
rather than
whole
state
thing
owned.
is, the whole thing is that it is basically a form of social housing, but also like there's a, a community center in the base floor, so people can meet up and have some, there are people working that can help them like directly and such. So it's a good, it's not a bad system in my opinion. In general, I would say more houses need like a social place in the base, in the ground floor. It's just generally.
Housing pricing is already doing that. Oh, how bad rent!
Yeah, it's like an
so many places.
assistant
Do
or
you have to- you have to
supervisor
get
for
roommates and-
social psychiatry or something. Is it called here?
Yeah, something like that. It's a form of help, to get stuff done with.
Basically, you have your own.
It's help for people that need it.
Yeah,
Basically, yeah, but
Yeah.
but you have your own apartment, basically.
you have your own apartment. You live alone, but they can help you do stuff like shopping, with how it's called bills and stuff, and go to appointments, stuff like that.
Yeah, if you need that help, they can provide that. Sometimes.
Like,
Yeah, but like, I mean, aside from that one thing, it's like, it's actually very chill here. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you here. People who live in social housing are usually a lot chiller, from my experience, than, like,
Yeah.
why would you start beef over anything? Like,
I think we had someone here who threw shit out of the window once.
oh yeah, that was fun. No one was able to go into the yard, so they didn't smoke there. And it's like, yay, clean air. Go. Go, window thrower, go.
So you know what to do to get people to stop smoking. Just throw shit at them.
Yeah.
But no, it wasn't us.
No, it wasn't us.
That's
We,
not
we have fly gauge or however you call it.
It's just a fly net. Just
Yeah.
a net I put over the window, and like, no flies come in.
Yeah, we have that on both our windows. So
We have it on all our windows, and one is even, it's not even a fly net, it's a fucking pollen net, so this girl who
Oh,
has
that's useful for hay
allergies.
fever.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I have allergies. That's
Yeah,
why.
I mean, they're generally nice. I mean, there was someone who's like, I meet a bunch of them sometimes when when I get out because everyone uses public transport and such, and one of them was like, "Hey, you're living below me," and like sometimes I just play like loud music at night because I just need something, and like didn't hear that, and it was like, "Oh, good, just wanted to warn you." Like they're really nice here. So, but then again, I think North German people are generally very nice. Oh, hi, bot.
In my experience, most people are generally pretty nice with this sort of stuff, though. Yeah, I don't know. No, sorry. Go on.
No, I started saying hi bot and bye bot.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I think most people are generally chill in house shares, though. I think maybe it's a bit worse typically when you're dealing with like students and stuff like that, obviously. So, but like people like proper adults, not in uni getting drunk and stuff like that. I think most things in that sort of situation, outside of that situation, are pretty chill most of the time.
Yeah, that's true. You have to live with people, and if everyone is nice,
If you're going to play music, play it on headphones.
For example.
Lots of noise.
And if you play it loud, play good music.
Yeah, I don't always mind other people playing music. Yeah, it's just when it's...
really for example, what I kind of find interesting is sometimes in the summer, there's like in the neighborhood, someone is just like, hey, my apartment is a disco. But depending on the year, sometimes the beats are pretty good. So like, I don't even mind them.
Oh, I remember back in Cranfield. We had quite a lot of Indian students there. Mm-hmm. Some of the was like some proper like Bollywood music. Some of it was actually pretty cool. It's pretty nice. I'd hear them playing it in the shower when like my room was next to it. So yeah, sometimes that was fun to wake up to.
Did they play Tunak Tunak Tune?
Unfortunately, no. I think it was a bit more pop sort of Bollywoodish music.
Yeah.
Like that.
Old Bollywood stuff is great.
I don't know what it was, but I just heard it. It was quite cool sometimes.
Honestly, Tunak Tunak Tune is actually like kind of a great song because A, it goes hard. B, you're like, oh, but the video's goofy. Yes, but you know what? The song actually has like an even deeper, funnier point because here's the thing. The guy that made it was actually like a very, very popular singer in India. But, people accused him of, oh, hey, your music is only popular because you have, hot young ladies in your videos. And so he was like, okay, fuckers, made a new video where it was just him in different outfits, CGI'd together. It was like, and it became...
Was it in like a bikini or anything like that?
No, it was just him, and like, he literally he just put himself in the video, and... just to be like, fuck you, my music is popular even without hot girls, and it became a massive hit. It's just... So yeah, Tunak Tunak Tune is actually also a flex, so yeah. Good song. I like that one. You seem to have problems?
Huh?
Oh, wait. Oh, you are... No, wait, what? Oh, I thought this was you.
No, it's just an uprising.
Ah.
Also a green flag.
Yeah, it just couldn't really... Well, like, oh, is it Sokoto? No, it just clicked on it and it was bigger and like, it's not Sokoto, it's just someone else.
Yeah, it's a very pretty flag, but the lines are so small that in the zoomed out version, they just kind of disappear into the green.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I'm actually quite interested in how, Monster Hunter Wilds turns out this week. It's gonna be very interesting. But yeah, longest stream ahead of you, everyone, because we're probably going to chew through the game. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games recently to play, so that's that.
Oh, did you guys have a look at Kingdom Come Deliverance 2?
Not yet.
So,
it was just kind of funny to see the whole thing surrounding it because
Yeah.
yeah, like it's like okay, here's the thing. I know people want to say, are the devs this, are the devs that, and like, generally, I think after everything, the devs are just kind of naive. But it's very funny. They're naive in a very, very funny way.
My colony isn't growing.
How are they naive?
Okay, here's the thing.
You need to have architects.
Yeah, I noticed.
Also, just so you know, Senegal is my territory.
Yeah, I'm trading it to you as soon as the venture gone.
Yeah.
So basically what happened, Ruben, they made the first game and sold it as, authentic middle-aged Bohemia. And it kind of wasn't. Let's just be real here. It kind of wasn't. They had some racist undertones, and the thing is, from what I know, that was a lot of stuff was, also fixed and made better with expansions, which, could probably be like they just decided, maybe we just, scrap, storylines for the Arab folk, which just kind of, in the base game, painted them as, just an invading horde of Arabs into Bohemia, which...
it's D&D all over again.
What?
It's D&D all over again.
For example...
If I recall correctly, it was Cumans, not
Humans.
It was humans.
You could argue that the peasants didn't really understand things, that would be the perspective of a peasant.
Yeah, but the thing is, basically, yeah.
Basically,
it became kind of a fixed point of, Gamergate / the alt-right of being like, they're doing a real game for, that is not... Nowadays they call it woke, but back then it was politically correct, so, it's a real game. The thing is now, because they got money from that, they spent a lot of time actually talking to historians and researching history of Bohemia for the second game. So the second game now has... way more fleshed out interactions with the humans, way more, in-depth about, the internal politics of Bohemia. There is literally a gay subplot line, because turns out gayness was kind of common in the Middle Ages. In a form.
Kind of common today? I mean, it's the same amount.
No, the thing is just that gayness was treated still differently, like as an, basically... the Middle Ages still had aspects of, you should have a family, reproduce. But, smooching a guy here and there, that's not a big problem. Depending where you are. So yeah, there's a gay... the protagonist can smooch a guy. That's literally a thing in the game. And they have, the whole Jewish quarter in, where was it again? But, because they were yeah, the whole, history with Jewish people in Bohemia is part of the... It's just part that they have to do. And, so now they're woke.
Apparently.
And the lead director literally, because, literally called people shithead Nazis that attacked them. Mm. And, I mean, he kind of later wrote stuff about, first the left attacked them and now the right, and no one really... understand it. I just sit there being yeah, that's what I mean with naive. I don't really think these people are generally subscribed to any real ideology at this point. I think they actually meant to do a quote unquote more realistic historic game, but then you can brew healing potions. So not that historic.
No, it's fun. I enjoyed it.
Oh, it is fun. It's just
you need to have gameplay in there.
Yeah, I mean, you could have still done
gameplay without alchemy working. That's nothing.
Yeah, they could have done it a bit different. It's just
nothing unusual, etc. It's just the only point we're making is
maybe that's a skill issue and not being able to find a different solution for that gameplay.
Maybe it's
bandages. Bandages.
Yeah. The thing is,
you can also brew. I haven't heard of healing potions. I just have heard about night vision potions and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
And at that point, you can't call it historical.
I don't know about the night vision potions.
There were night vision potions, but you could just turn up your gamma instead.
Yeah, the only point I'm making is it's at that point not historical.
Yeah, it's just
the only.
If I recall correctly, there weren't when I played, there weren't like actual healing potions. It was more of, oh, you drink this and you take the you don't actually, it doesn't like magically heal you or something like that.
Yeah, it takes time.
Yeah. But it's still a thing that really doesn't exist like that in the real world. But like, the thing is just that's not the point. Okay, don't focus on that. This was just a jab at the fact they're saying, oh, we want to make like a very historically accurate game, and then have stuff in there that's like straight out of fantasy RPGs. So this was a jab. This was not like, oh, is it like that or that? No, this was just a fucking jab.
Well, it's fair to say then it's not historical at that point.
It isn't. It's not
also,
that.
I don't think most people care.
It's a lot more. It's also probably, I'd say, a lot more historical than most other games that touch on.
Yeah, I mean that's not hard.
So.
More historical, guaranteed.
Yeah, but the thing is just, I think overall you can just say they definitely tried to make a game there, and in the second game I think the irony is just like, they meant it. They didn't just, like, the first game really felt they just assumed some stuff with some textbook knowledge, and where the second game looks a lot more like they actually put in the work. And the thing is, ironically...
With the first game, they did consult some historians, but they didn't... They had parts where they kind of had to sacrifice stuff. And this is from discussions early on after and before the.
Oh, I don't really doubt that. I think they probably should have. I mean, from what I know, also.
Minor stuff.
Again, they consulted a lot more historians this time, and also found out that what the original historian said was maybe not that true after all, to a degree. So.
Yeah, the first round of stuff that they did for the first game, essentially, they fell into the trap of not verifying with multiple sources.
I
think they probably went to like one or two people, but they didn't really go beyond.
Yeah, I mean that's what I want to. That's what I want to. That's what I mean with. I think overall the devs are just more naive than anything, because if they actually, here's the thing. If they actually were right wing or fascists, the game director wouldn't actually call actual Nazis by the name, but also they wouldn't have done what they did for the second game. This was definitely. I think it's just they really need to take that final missing step and just realize that, listen, you're not, what the leftists said about the first game was right. Like, that was critique-worthy, and you fixed it. I would say by accident. But, I guess. I don't know. It's just,
I mean, I still stand by.
But also, they, can I say.
You need to take in. Well, so, go ahead.
I don't think they deserve their publisher.
Which publisher do they have again?
I think Focus was.
Warhorse or no?
The Warhorse is the dev.
It's dev. Okay. Well, the dev's pretty
was it
new,
Focus?
Really.
Let me just check really quickly, because from what I saw,
Publisher was Deep Silver. Sorry, in Austria.
Okay, Deep Silver, yeah. Because from what I saw, what happened was that they basically banned right wingers and shit from the Steam forums, and then the right wingers made stink, and then Deep Silver was like, oh, you need to revert that rule, which is like, yeah, fuck you, Deep Silver. Generally, fuck you. Because again, the message of reverting the rule came from the publisher, not from the dev, and that's like, get a better publisher, people.
Yeah, so the thing I was going to say is, a little bit back on the thing I mentioned earlier, is just that, there's forgiveness that I have for some of the undertones or whatever, because of the whole, peasant's perspective thing.
I mean, you're not really a peasant.
Because the thing with, and I don't actually mean peasants, I mean more in the way of, it's more of Henry's perspective that we're seeing things in. So you can
but like
give some historical
Zep,
accuracy.
He's quite naive as well.
First of all, that's one thing, but also here's the thing. Even then, historically, the humans weren't really seen as like they were neighbors. That it's not like, and also in a crucial thing, which is why the first game had a big problem with that. War, especially in peasantry during medieval times, was not seen as between country groups and nationalities or culture groups, but between
houses, basically.
Houses, yes, empires. So the thing was,
I'm not really sure where this is coming from, because that wasn't really...
No, that was tough. Well, that was definitely a thing. The thing is, for example, there were some, like for example France, where it was generally a very unified country, but a lot of parts of France were either part of the Holy Roman Empire or not. But like France itself was not seen as everyone in France or in a French identity, but France was the territory or the people loyal to the French king. That was the point. I mean, similarly, people there were a lot of European people very, very loyal, for example, later to the Ottomans, and those were treated the same way as people from Anatolia, who were also similar to the Ottomans, but also the other way around, because again, this was more loyalty to rulers, less to
Yeah, I've never once talked about like whole. I never once implied, or if I did, that was never my intention.
The thing is, so can I just say one thing?
Let them speak.
It was badly handled.
What I was saying is that even though you have a lot of loyalties in what's it called, the way that Kingdom Come Deliverance basically portrayed itself to me never once was dividing among national borders or like the divisions were linguistic and the whole like ruler divisions.
Yeah.
Like who ruled what land and who owed whose allegiance to who. Like those were the dividing factors. And
that's also not what I said.
Humans was that linguistics just happened to also be a cultural barrier as well, because it is a cultural barrier.
The thing is just, it was also not really that accurate. It was still very much very much informed by modern ideas of how these things were, because a lot of ideas about the Middle Ages were reframed in the ages of nationalism. That's kind of a very important thing, actually. So yeah, like I think one of the.
I didn't go into this game with the like.
Here's the thing. I'm not.
Kind of like what's it called? Just with zero preconceptions. So I ignored nationalism. I ignored all of that stuff, and I just looked at it from a blank slate. And I don't really think that it really kind of gave off any nationalism or nationalism.
I don't really think that was also not the point. The point was they did it in a way that it can be read like that by people who are also want to read it like that, as in the second game does that less, which is why they basically pissed off everyone. As I said, the first game, I think ironically both games are a result of very much a quote-unquote naivety to a lot of general historical and general political topics. And while in the first game this played more in the favor of right-leaning people, the second game plays more in the favor of left-leaning people, because again, the devs clearly made an effort, and we see the result. That was my whole point. It's not really relevant to talk about the specifics, because that's just a fool's errand at this point. It's just it happened. Yeah. Like I think again in
I don't know much about that period of time and stuff. That's not part of the world that I've focused on when learning historical stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm not too well informed about how things actually were historically.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
one thing that I do understand is the way that people behave and the way that and the way that linguistics can cause cultural and other kinds of barriers. Now, that said, you have tons of times over history where linguistic barriers meant nothing, and because people were beholden to coin. Just look at Carthage.
Yeah, also
I mean,
if your neighbors for a long enough time, especially merchants, can learn enough of the other language.
yeah. Oh, by the way, one of the key things that I think people really don't really forget a lot. This whole central area, the Holy Roman Empire. One of the reasons why the German language is is how it is simply this is Central Europe is probably the biggest language melting point on the fucking planet, probably aside from some areas in China, because you have the Roman languages from Romanic languages from France and Italy. You have the Slavic languages from the east, like Polish regions, Lithuanian regions, etc. You have the Baltics, stuff like that, and they all kind of merge. And you need to keep in mind, all of these people were neighbors still. This Central Europe is big, but it's not that big in terms of even medieval infrastructure. Because if you, for example, look closely, we have a whole fuckload of rivers. We have the Rhine going up to the North Sea, and very close by there is the Danube. Literally, the Danube is Central Europe and such, and then just goes all the way to the Black Sea. The Danube is gigantic, and everyone on the Danube had a fuck ton of trade and connection. So yes, there were different languages, but the languages were similar enough that people, were still they maybe be it's weird, but it was such a great thing that they could.
To Italian, but bigger, I think, even.
Yeah.
The scale is different, and I would say that probably it's hard to say how things differentiate, because not all languages are treated the same in the modern world.
Yeah.
For example, the differences between... I know that the differences between some Baltic languages are pretty much the same as the differences between dialects in Italy. Italian.
It can be, it is to a degree the case, but also a big key is the fact that a lot of people spoke multiple languages. Or, they spoke languages enough adjacent, so that's just also a thing. Because the border between languages got harder,
So what happened is that a lot of times you'd have towards border regions where people would essentially speak a mix of two languages. Not necessarily that they speak two languages at the same time, it's that they would know aspects of both languages, but sometimes they wouldn't have a fuller, deeper understanding of their, I guess, primary language, using modern terms. There would be a lot less linguistic
it's a bit
knowledge compared to on a scale level to what we have today.
It's actually a bit more complicated, because one of the key things is that
I'm simplifying things.
Yeah, the thing is more what?
To me, that's kind of still the case. In some of the border regions, the dialects people speak on both sides of the border are very similar and perfectly mutually intelligible.
For example, North German.
There's still that language spectrum going on if you go to the border regions.
It's also the
US.
I think one of the key things is more that you can actually see even that, by the way, is harder nowadays, because how languages got more codified by borders with the era of nationalism, because Dutch, for example, wasn't really a language. It was spoken in certain parts, sure, but the thing is, how people spoke gradually, just became more Germanish the closer you got, to the central Germany, because like a lot of Dutch has commonalities with North German dialects, because Hanse, we traded a lot, we traded a fuck ton. But that got, for example, more codified. But interestingly, if you, for example, start in North Germany, North German dialect and Bavarian dialects, if you hear them side by side, very clearly different languages, even though, and this is the key, you can still get what they are saying, if you understand general German concepts. But the thing is, if you actually go from a line from North German to Bavarian and listen to the people talk, you can actually see how this phonetic shift slowly happened. And even then, we are basically divided because, there's High and Low German, and those are, basically different variants of language. Like, our dialects are basically split in half. That's a thing.
Just like Aldi.
Yes! And we also had a border of wine and beer, which got actually pushed more south, and the very famous Weißwurstgraben. It's when you get into Bavarian territory, they start eating Weißwurst. Everyone else doesn't.
Well, in there you're kind of approaching more of a geocultural.
Sure, but the thing is, it's very, very fluid in that sense. And this was much during medieval times. Again, we need to keep
a harsh, solid border. It's not like a mountain range or something.
Yeah. And you need to keep in mind that a lot of stuff that we know about history, we're actually talking about this. It's perfect for Wiki 3 because this is the era of nationalism where, a lot of nationalistic ideas were codified, and not even with bad intentions, because, for example, some of them were, sure, yes.
No, I mean, nationalism in and of itself is an idea to unite your people to have to be able to sustain a prolonged war effort.
Yeah,
because if you create a group that's basically country X, you can demonize everything else and group them however you want.
Yeah, but also a key thing is
it's also a way to replace individual leadership.
True. That is also a thing. Nationalism was a thing about hey, why should we have this was one of the key arguments to get democratic parts inside of this is why we had a lot of elected monarchies, but parliamentary monarchies, because a lot of people are sure, maybe the king is there and it's part of the country's history, but what, the people should still have a talking point. Also, it was there to
talking point. I don't think
they have. They should be able to talk on the table.
Yeah.
In terms of people wanted democratic stuff back in the day. They also were in favor of things like having unified economic zones, for example. That was actually, especially with German unification, a huge deal. And generally unifying infrastructure.
In some area of the Holy Roman Empire, it was 5 kilometers. Pay the toll, please.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need to keep in mind the individual identities of people during the Holy Roman Empire era were very, very, very splintered until Napoleon started merging them, and from that part on, people were listen, we maybe have differences, but we really should work together, because that's basically one of the key things that they also try to make, a general nationalistic history and or identity, because they were they were basically saying, that would maybe help us, get how's it called again? They were basically that would maybe help us to, actually get I need to, by the way, check something. Intelligence. Can I get them into the government? Sorry, I need to do something about slavery.
Oh, I do too. I'm even doing it right now.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm enacting slave trade. Yeah.
What?
Like, to improve things or to make things worse?
To improve things. I'm on debt. I start on debt slavery. So I need to, and it seems like waiting to go on to a slavery ban is just not going to go anywhere.
So
I'm trying to weasel my way into legacy slavery.
So you basically you enslave more of your population to piss everyone off enough that they abolish slavery.
Accelerationism.
Actually, slave trade is going to enslave less of my population.
It's like more of the other people.
That slavery is abysmal for your economy. It's like terrible.
Yeah.
Because you're enslaving your core population, and you're increasing the slave. Like famines increase the number of slaves.
Yeah, that's bad. That's definitely very bad.
Slave trade, at the very least, protects my core population a little bit and reduces the ways in which we can increase the number of slaves.
And here you have the explanation how slave trade can, under certain circumstances, be better for the whole population than another kind of slavery.
This is fucked up, and I love it that it's just... Welcome to Wiki 3.
Yeah.
Everything sucks.
It's a stepping stone on the way to legacy slavery, where we stop enslaving people and we just keep the ones that we have, so that we can focus on getting rid of slavery altogether.
Yeah.
Stepping stones.
Yeah, I guess.
Profit.
Progress.
Yeah, basically, what I wanted to point out is that, they try to do, the whole, hey, let's have some, more nationalistic identity, more nationalistic, history. So, we can actually come together. And this is how we actually get a lot of revisionism, because, for example, to this day, people are like, if Varus didn't defeat, the Roman legions at the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest, then, and the answer is no. Like, it was a bad defeat for the Romans. The Romans were like, what the fuck? What the fuck was that room?
Well,
Why did you...
car.
it was like, why did you just go all robots suddenly? Like, all your base belong to us. But that's one thing. They basically were like, it was a horrible, loss, because when you're a Roman emperor and you hear like, hey, one of my stupid ass general just, basically got a whole ass legion to death just because he was an idiot, and into a rainy forest where they were ambushed. Whoops. That's bad. But also, it's kind of weird to basically say, if they didn't have done that, the Romans would have expanded all over Germany, and we would not have been German. Like, you know what? I'm using a very old.
One single defeat isn't going to make that big of a difference.
First of all, it's the Romans. Yeah. Second of all, I'm gonna say something here. First of all, the old phrase "bitch, please." The Romans already had drawn their borders. If they wanted to expand, they would have. They gained nothing from it. That's why they built the limes. Not only the Chinese built a long ass wall, the Romans did it as well. Keep that in mind. Second of all, they had expeditions and they deemed it not relevant. The Romans probably reached Denmark and were like, no. Similar reason for the Romans could have invaded Scotland or Ireland. They decided not to, and keep in mind, they were the Romans.
Wasn't worth it.
Yeah. Keep in mind, the only ones where they always had, which they never really were able to conquer, were the Persians. Okay, the Persians also were never able to conquer the Romans back, but... yeah, that was a shit show for way too long. It's just like, yeah, Alexander the Great defeated you. That's gonna be easy for us. Oh fuck, oh god, this is bad. And the Persians are like, ha, we're gonna attack you now. This is gonna be, oh god, this is just ended horribly. What the fuck happened? And then the Romans are like, we attack, like, oh god, this is bad. And then the Saracens are like, Persia's back, motherfucker. And we conquered shit. And then just a few hundred years later, it's like...
Region, it's almost as if that entire region is just terrible to fight in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even for those living in the region, it was just a shit show. They could never crush the Persians, and then the Persians never could crush the Romans. And, yeah... Again, none of the people up here were a problem for the Romans. They built 2 fucking walls in Europe. Just to be like, yeah, it's our territory.
Yeah, there's still some left.
Yeah, I mean, even in England, I guess. And I mean, again, they could have conquered Scotland, and then Scotland would have been more Roman, I guess. But also, the thing is, if you're like, oh, but how Roman is Britain? It's so fucking Roman that all the, Nubian and North African legionnaires that were stationed there, you don't even see anything of that anymore, because the moment the Romans left, Britain kind of collapsed so fucking hard, nothing really left except London, and London was not how London is today. London became London later. That's that. And then people are like, oh, but the Romans did, for example, the Romans were, they still put stuff from, the Roman street infrastructure, like how wide the axles are from carriages to make the axles of trains, which, no, they didn't. So the axles of trains, and trains in general, developed from minecarts. A thing used later. And was entirely homegrown by the British, actually. So, yeah, hey, Room, pat yourself on the back. You British did something on your own.
More coal.
Romans didn't even do traditional mining. Not traditional. They didn't even do what we consider mining.
Yeah.
They essentially, I think what it was is that they would collapse mountains and just...
Yeah.
And also...
Just, like, pull the rock.
Hydraulic mining.
Yeah, that's what it is. Hydraulic mining. That shit is crazy, by the way. I just want to say, that concept technology is insane.
It is, but also the thing is just, the Romans mined surface level because they didn't really need to a lot of times. And other stuff, like, for example, the first iron they imported for their gladiuses, their swords, came from trade with... by the way, the gladius iron came from trade with now, quote-unquote, old Celtic/German region tribes, because a meteor impacted here, so you found a lot of high-quality surface level iron, and this was one of the reasons, for example, why the Romans were able to invade so fucking much, because literally they wrote it down that, for example, when there was actually an invasion, for example, of France, and the Gallic tribe fought back, they literally wrote down, both sides, that, the Romans were just able to fight.
Yeah, there was something.
I saw something, yes. We wait for you.
I think my either my connection or my computer had a moment, because it also reconnected the chat. So either... I think my internet connection was interrupted for like a second.
Yeah, you're currently behind by a couple.
Yeah,
days.
I'm like I got dropped out of the game.
Okay, then to rejoin.
Okay,
but I can't rejoin somehow. Although
What?
I think there's.
You just said you just left the game to us.
So maybe now.
No, still invite to watch.
Close the game and retry it. If it doesn't work,
I was not connected to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Discord also audio stopped for like a second. Chat stopped like a second. So I think my internet connection had a brief interruption.
Yeah. But again, the thing.
So I'm
sorry.
I'm trying to get independence, or at least increase autonomy. Problem is, 2 Sicilies and Russia will help Austria. Oof, if I do that. But the good thing is, they have no land access to me?
You'd only have to worry really about the Russians invading, and at that point, you just need to fend off 32.
Yeah.
Fair point.
And I have 33.
Yeah.
33, are you on relatively modern enough military?
Line infantry.
I am going to make tea while Lena reconnects.
I mean, honestly, you'd be fine, because I think you'd be fine because the Russians, I mean, they're not very advanced, and they probably don't have very good.
I think they've got line infantry as well.
Yeah.
Well, they've got line infantry, but also they probably don't have a very good mix of.
They still have the landing penalty as well.
Yeah, that like I'm not even factoring in the landing penalty yet. Yeah, like the one that you'd expect them to send, which is the 36 stack that they have. They've got some lancers and a teeny bit of artillery, but it's mostly just line infantry. So all of that combined, they're probably not going to be able to land on you. The Austrians, who are probably the highest tech of your potential opponents,
They don't have
wouldn't be
enough
able to land
boats.
on you 'cause they don't have enough boats.
Then I guess let's try independence.
Yeah, I would say maybe build up a couple more ships. Just do like one in each province so that you have something that you can kind of go with. One problem that you may face is them raiding you, which will probably cut off some value from your.
I don't have much value yet because they're when I conquered transport, they were already built up to infrastructure cap. I need railways first.
Yeah. Well, my point being basically like they may start raiding you and actually being able to fend off the Austrians or New Sicily's navy, or at least like is probably best. My guess is that
Huh? They're on their side.
Oh yeah, the Austrian navy is split up into two, so it's the 5 and a 3. Two Sicilies is honestly the only navy. Two Sicilies you need to worry, you can't worry about, but the Russian navy could be too concerned. I doubt they'll try and bring you their 32 stack.
Is it just me that's having like sets being a little bit robotic?
No,
or-
it's for me as well.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, am I sounding robotic?
Yes.
I don't know if that's voiced or if it's
That's definitely the connection, but I don't know on what end or why.
Discord connection.
Okay, makes sense.
I mean, it's one strategic zone I have to defend anyway, so technically.
What I'm just saying is not necessarily defending the strategic zone. It's more the series that are a maybe. Like that's the biggest thing that I'd be concerned about there.
Yeah, but I don't think I can do something against 51 flotillas.
Yes, but the way that I've normally seen Russia use their flotillas is, they have the one stack for that they may try and do something with, but their other flotillas are just kind of like.
Yeah, that would still be 32.
Like they don't actively go and do things.
Yeah, it would still be 32,
one
13,
flotilla-
or 6. Like,
So that primary flotilla is definitely not. I highly doubt they'll use it for raiding. At most, they'll use it for. At most, they'll probably just use it for
But, like-
invasion.
I don't think raiding will hurt me much, actually.
It might cause the situation in your territory, like it might cause the situation in your South African territories to get worse, which might cause an uprising.
Yeah, that's
uprising.
fair.
That's what I'm thinking of. Core of the thing is maybe build up a couple ships just so that you can protect your sea lanes a little bit.
Yeah, I guess.
So it's not uncontested. And maybe you could use them as like a sacrificial pawn to delay a naval invasion. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair.
You should be fine.
Probably just.
I am
move.
back.
The important thing is that France doesn't get involved.
Yeah, it's going to go bankrupt.
They hate Austria, I think.
Okay.
Like minus 163.
Yeah, I'm going bankrupt. That's just a thing.
I'm still reloading. Yeah. Also, yeah, I saw like Isaac should now be a softer target. They're only they're guaranteed by the Ottomans and like defensive pact with Portugal. I can declare war on them, and the Ottomans can't defend them, and Portugal can't hit me. So it's a possibility that if this situation stays the same.
If I want to fight Portugal, I can't actually put my interest there. If I could join, I would.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do it. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not planning to do it. But
yeah, your connection is broken again.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I see it going.
Okay.
Yeah, like I'm not like planning to take on Isaac immediately, but it is a possibility to take into account. Like if I want to do that, I could annex them and then trade you the province.
That would be nice, but yeah, it only guaranteed defense by the Ottomans. So
yeah,
it would be something, I guess.
Also,
yeah, my problem is just that there's a lot of people on my borders.
Is it
done? No, it's just before we start again, I need to go to the toilet.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still loading it anyways.
Yeah, but where was I? Oh yeah, basically the thing was they when the Romans invaded Gallia/France, the French tribes literally had to during battle just to go back to camp and re-straighten their swords and sharpen them because the metal they used was much weaker than the Roman ones. That's also, by the way, why the Romans were able to walk over so much of the Mediterranean and later had problems with Persia because, Persia developed their own methods of, processing iron/steel, and so they kind of matched in technology. Otherwise, the other part was just like a lot of people also wanted to join the Roman Empire because again the Roman Empire was an empire, but it had its perks, if they didn't go nationalistic, which happened later on. Still, the thing is just stuff like that. Oh yeah. Stuff like that just gets recontextualized as, oh, look, we would have been Roman nowadays, which is like, that's a weird thing to say as a bad stuff, but also, it ignores shit like, all the tribes that lived here are not living there anymore.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Could you imagine if the Romans had gone to Scotland like Roman legionaries with bagpipes?
It would be funny. It would be great.
Go real hard.
But also, people are like, imagine if we would be Roman now, and I'm just like, what are you talking about? I literally grew up on the remains of a Roman settlement.
Yeah, we are Roman.
Effectively. One of the big,
culturally, but historically.
Yeah, one of the big things that literally a few cities over, there was Trier, famous for having still a Roman thermal, basically bath. A Roman basilica, still intact Roman city gates. A lot of Roman shit. Because the Romans were there. And it persevered through the ages. But the Romans, they're still drinking wine mostly in that region. Because guess what? The Romans brought wine. People cultivate wine in that, especially the Mosul region. So, what do you mean? Would we be... Parts of Germany are still very much Roman influenced, and it's not a problem because the Roman Empire died 1,000 years ago. we have way more historical stuff in common with Charlemagne and Rome.
So what you're saying is these days it's neither holy nor an empire, but it is Roman.
I guess. Yeah, it's just, that's one of those things. Or you know what? The most famous nationalistic reinterpretation of them all. The Crusades. The Crusades were one hell of a political shit show, but they were mainly there so, you know, all the knights without a job were not in Europe anymore. You know, with a little bit of fervor and, you know, maybe protect the Byzantine Empire. That was actually the main goal. The main goal was getting the knights out of Europe and strengthening, the religious and diplomatic relations between, Western Europe and the Byzantine Empire, because they really liked the Byzantine Empire.
Thinking about that, you like when you said that, it made me realize that if it weren't for the Crusades, we might have had samurai culture.
I'm back.
Maybe not the exact same thing, but we might have had something similar. To
you would be,
like
I mean,
Brody.
yeah. Should we continue?
I'm back.
Okay.
Sorry.
By the way, we actually had that. Like, the whole knightship and being nice was just kind of the same thing. Like, yeah, the Bushido was meant there, so they should stop being assholes. But like, knighthood was kind of the same. They just wanted.
No, that's what I'm saying is that you would have had a situation where it was higher, more integrated into society. Not saying that it wasn't. I'm just saying more integrated.
I don't think it would have stayed. It wouldn't have stayed like that. Like I think part of why it's stayed relatively prevalent in Japan is because Japan was like politically was politically unified and isolated.
Yeah.
And in Europe, not in neither of those.
That's
things.
like the thing is, for example, like they still had the whole rules and codexes and shit, which was still kind of different to whichever order you kind of look at. But like, for example, a lot of orders still went to war later. Like famously, the reason Prussia looks like it does is this region, even though it was later conquered by Lithuania, Poland. Spoiler, when Poland says they own Königsberg, they said they owned Königsberg after they conquered it from the previous people, which were, the Teutonic Order.
Which were also not from there directly.
Which were also not there from there, but, the whole Teutonic should tell you where they might have been come from.
Also, like the like in Japan, the central government benefited from keeping that culture alive. In Europe, very much not. So like even in like actual history, like you see that the whole in the late Middle Ages into the early modern period, like the centralization of the state went hand in hand with the reduction in power of the nobility. So like like that happened. Like, that would have still happened anyway. So that the chivalry would have died out anyway.
I was thinking more along the line. Like I understand that it was going to die out. It's always a dying concept.
But like it just died out faster.
Along the lines of a. I was thinking more along the lines of maybe some of the cultural aspects are, I guess, more subtly involved, like ingrained in culture, is the way to put it. Not that it would like persist, but more like some aspects of it would reside continually.
I don't know.
No.
Like, some elements still exist in some way. So we do have there are still things like even at the most basic level, the idea that like men open doors for women is like modern, literally called chivalry. So like it still has its reverberations today.
It's just.
I mean, I just do that for anybody, but yeah.
It just died out early because the thing is also just the fact that as Lena said correctly, the concept of knights was a problem because beforehand having specialized, fighting forces, especially, specialized in mounted combat, was a boon to have, and especially to, keep up the organizational structure that was feudalism. The thing is just the more, this was able to centralize with, better infrastructure and such, and also during changes of warfare, it just became so much more rapidly less relevant and actually a detriment, because like a lot of knights weren't rich. Okay? That's a thing you need to keep in mind. Knights were technically nobility, but a lot of them were poor. There's a reason why there is a German word called Raubritter, which basically, bandit knight, because they just rob people.
Is that a little bit similar to a Ronin?
No, Ronins.
No.
Ronins were just, I mean, technically they didn't have, land and stuff, and I think there were probably also Ronins that did, robberies, but like there were definitely there were like knights who just specifically started being just gang leaders, basically, because
Oh yeah.
Well, because they no longer had a backing of a lord.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
the thing is,
basically,
not even necessarily that.
similar to Ronin.
Not
But
kind
it's
of
it's
not
not the
really.
Not really.
It's different. It's a different kind of thing. Like with Ronin, they no longer have a master. They no longer have a liege lord. But that is like a social status. A Raubritter, we have the same word in Dutch. Is like Nia said, it's a bandit who has a noble title. So like they still have titles. They may still have liege lords, but they
In some ways, it's inverse.
they
I
just-
guess is the
they-
way to put it.
what do you say?
In some ways, that sounds like it's a bit of an inverse of each other, because Ronin were not socially very high. They were not treated very well.
yeah, but there was.
Yes.
I think
How
No,
tactical
it's entirely sort of it's entirely different unrelated thing. Like a Ronin is like a thing in social structure, and a Raubritter is a description of behavior.
yeah. They were wandering knights, yes, but also the thing is just the biggest problem that happens is that because like there was a whole knight economy during the Middle Ages, which is why they did the whole Crusades thing.
if I remember correctly, Knights is a title, and a Ronin is just someone specific that's
Yeah.
still a samurai, which is a social class, if I remember
Yes.
correctly.
Like the thing is, being a knight doesn't make you aristocracy. That is a very, very important thing. A lot of aristocrats were knights, but not all knights were aristocracy. Like the thing is,
Yeah, I guess we're dealing with the whole issue of the fact that that a samurai is a warrior caste,
yeah.
whereas a knighthood isn't a warrior caste. thing.
Yes and no, but it was different. Yeah, it was a bit different. This is why,
That
like,
sometimes dealing with social
yeah.
status.
I mean, there's a reason why a lot of knights later just became mercenaries. The Landsknechte didn't emerge from nothing. But then again,
They were birthed out of the womb like that.
yeah. Then again, the Landsknechte were just like the superior warriors. There, I said it. Like people are like, oh, who were the best melee warriors of all time? Fucking Landsknechte. Like, oh, are you just
Yes.
biased because you're German? No, I am biased because I have fucking data to back it up. The Landsknechte were so good in terms of military strategies. They literally made the whole knighthood, the whole full plate armor go away. Like, it wasn't guns. It was people with pikes and better formations.
Well,
No, not only
Depends.
that.
The pikes were
Not really.
The pikes were Swiss more. It's
Yeah.
sort of both, yeah.
Let me put like this, Ruben. The
So
thing
guns
was,
and firearms were
at least in UK history, it was guns. Look at the English Civil War.
not really. Like, the English Civil War was fought with guns, but like overall, the thing is, the British were a bit late to the party in that regard. By the way, the thing was
You basically-
Warrior aristocracy was also
the
no
other
longer
aspect of
from
this
the
you
UK.
have to mention. The other aspect of this that you have to mention is the mass. It's the mass conscription of untrained soldiers.
that was
like the fact that you didn't have to train soldiers very well and that they could take out train.
Yeah, I mean,
with little problem.
let me put it like this. One of the key things, even during medieval times, was that ranged always outweighed, melee combat. The problem was just ranged combat en masse was hard. You either had, bow and arrow, which needed a lot of training to be good, or you had maybe later on, crossbows. Both were not really.
Crossbows were hard to manufacture at times, and when they became easier to manufacture, as they became easier and to manufacture and more common, you started to see a lot of.
You started to see them
kind of diminish. It was a transitional period.
It was that, but
became,
let me
significant and.
Can I say one thing though?
Go ahead.
The thing is, crossbows weren't like really the reason, because crossbows were like they were like really, oh hey, you can put it in the hand of a peasant and they need less training than with a bow, but also bows still had more upsides. And one of the best examples to this whole thing is, hey, we're back to the British, by the way. See, the British were kind of the only nation in Europe that really were like, what if we actually trained a lot of people on the longbow? And the result of that was the French had a horrible time.
So that's not. So what I wasn't saying that the crossbow was the game changer.
No.
In some ways, it was the economy behind it. That was the game
That was a degree.
As soon as they were able to do crossbows on mass, you started to see issues phasing out. Now, of course, the fact that it's the fact that the British were trained. The differentiating and exception to the rule here is the British. They were able to create programs where they were able to train tons and tons of people in longbows and thus field them en masse.
Yeah, I mean,
And
that's, by the way,
not the hardest thing to manufacture. It's certainly easier than the crossbow.
Yeah. Can I say one thing? The irony here is more that the downside of the crossbow was it just didn't have the same, penetration at range than a longbow. This is why, the only real viability was the longbow. The thing is, guns, the moment, we basically came to the flintlock, replaced the longbow because they had the similar distance and penetration at distance. But also, again, one of the key things here is...
Not really.
They were still...
No,
They were a little
longer.
different, especially the issue with flintlocks too was accuracy was a massive problem.
Yeah, but like if you give it to like 100 people in a line, who cares?
So the thing is with longbows, like the performance of longbows, like toward the end of the longbow period, was still better than any guns that were mass manufactured until the 19th century.
Of course.
The problem, the problem was kind of like I said, a longbow needs a lifetime of training, and a gun needs like a couple of weeks. That's it. And it's like this whole thing. It's not any one particular thing. It's not like, the crossbow is the reason or the guns are the reason.
It was a mixture.
A whole combination of factors, and it's a feedback loop. Like you had the introduction of gunpowder.
State of warfare, the exceptions are the Janissaries and the English longbow.
Yeah. They were really the exceptions.
And even then, the longbow died out in like the 16th century because guns were so easy to mass manufacture. Like there were efforts to try and keep longbows around, but the thing is, people just stopped doing like legally managed longbow practice, and also guns were being used more and more for hunting. So people weren't using bows in day-to-day life anymore. So there was just no pool of skilled archers to draw from. Yeah. That's what longbows died out. Like it's a whole thing. Like with the introduction of gunpowder, one of the big things as well is siege weapons. Is cannons, which need a lot of money. So fairly more and more centralized, like political and financial infrastructure, just for kings to be able to buy cannons. Yeah. They made castles obsolete.
Even aside from cannons, you could engage in sapping with gunpowder.
Yeah.
And that was revolutionary. That was like you can thank the Ottomans and the Venetians for those kinds of like.
There was sapping, but like there was sapping. Sapping was made much more effective with gunpowder, but it was done beforehand. Like there were.
It was done before,
like,
yes.
I forget. I keep forgetting what it was, but I saw a movie once of like based on real historical events. About some siege in England.
Yeah,
I
they did it.
forget what
They
was,
did
but,
it
like,
before.
they dug a tunnel. They dug a tunnel under the.
Yeah.
What I was talking about was more so that it was more.
By the way, you
were
all
able
are
to
talking
fill in
through each
areas that
other.
you didn't know before.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop talking now.
And also, you all are always focusing on one small thing. When again, the overall thing I wanted to point at is
what I tried to say as well. Yeah.
yeah. The overall point was it wasn't one single thing. Like yes, gunpowder replaced arrows and bows for a good reason of economy and also being similarly in just in efficiency, but also just warfare changed in how formations and especially they went away from swords and towards pikes. The pikes and especially the halberds were really fucking efficient because knights, like full plate knights, were the result of an increasingly more melee focused small army focus, while this change was then to you had your gun salvos on distance, but also when you came into closer combat, halberds and pikes just fucking outmatched literally the sword. And the things to and the few things they did to counter that was they sometimes had still swords when they actually didn't have pikes or halberds, and the swords to counter that were even longer.
Even like swords, even in the medieval, swords were a sidearm of the nobility. Like soldiers using swords was rare. Soldiers mostly used spears and other pole arms.
Spears, axes to a degree, those were still very popular because the axe is just really good. Hammers and clubs.
But it was mostly spears, which were countered by two-handers often.
Yeah.
Simply because
like swords.
And
Swords
also
specifically,
they
swords are
tended to be
expensive.
countered by they tended to be countered by technique too. So
Yeah.
practiced people
But
in
simply-
like
But simply because of the nature of cheap spears, let's say that, like for peasant levies and stuff, they have an iron tip, but a two-hander can break the shaft. That was the whole point.
That was the
That's
whole
all.
point.
You could do the same thing with a halberd, like halberd. Yeah, halberd.
Yeah. But the thing, like you had all these things going on together. You had the gradual professionalization of war. You had the mercenaries, like the pikes were very, like particularly the Swiss pikemen were notable for having that the drill and discipline and formation, and they had formations of pikes so dense that they could stop a lot of arrows. And then like you said, you had the Landsknecht, which who were specialized became more specialized in like chopping through the pike formations.
Yeah.
Those are professional mercenaries. Those cost a lot of money. You already had it's not just the actual battlefield performance of these things. What I was trying to sort of build towards, because you had the mercenaries more expensive. Siege became more expensive. You had like. At this point, you start seeing power being drawn more and more towards kings specifically. This centralization of power, because they needed more and more money, and so they became more and more, like centralized, more and more structured taxation. That was a whole feedback loop that started in the late Middle Ages and went on all the way throughout the 17th, 18th century. There's a straight line basically from the start of the 100 Years' War to the French Revolution, like that through absolutism all the way to that. Like that is a whole feedback loop, and that because like you had this more centralized state with more centralized taxes, which meant more military professionalism, more mercenaries, standing armies. Like drill got developed. Like that is a whole. It's not any one thing. It's a whole
thing.
Trying to scale things up, and it caused problems Or,
Yeah.
well, it caused problems for the people wanting to do those things.
Yeah, yeah, and
Yeah.
like that all that meant that the whole warrior aristocracy represented by knights just was no longer a thing. Like it's just disappeared.
Yeah, it no longer made sense um, for lords to waste, for nobles to waste their time and money on
It was-
being amazing warriors and such, when it was so much better just
Yeah.
to when it became just so impossible for them to be effective and do that while they could just pay someone else to do it,
I mean,
and then
that
And
was,
it was-
became lost
yeah.
or became too niche, and
Yeah.
that's how you get a transition of military power.
And also it just became easier and more profitable if you compare like fighting on the battlefield to being more administrative. Like this, with the nobility also became less about fighting and more toward like
You
becoming
realize it's better
administrative.
to be an armchair general than it is to be an actual
Yeah.
general
I
on
mean,
the battlefield.
aside from the
Yeah,
fact
or,
that as
or
we,
even just a tax
Die.
collector, basically, even just a glorified tax collector.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually also another ironic problem they ran into, because back then your direct fighting strength was worth a whole lot, in the Middle Age. But the more warfare changed, the more the aristocracy didn't only change because it was better for them to just pay someone else to do it. It became an economic thing. So it was just way smarter for them to actually specialize in, economics, mathematics, and expand that, because else you couldn't even do war. That was also a reason why, nationalism was fueled, because, if you're a small country, you just die. Period. You don't have the economy to back a war. That was a thing you could do earlier, because wars were pretty small scale. Now? No. Just no.
Also why you didn't see a massive. It's also why in this transitional period of warfare, you didn't see a lot of massive consolidation going on, and why you had tons of small states.
You are a robot.
States. Sorry, I speak too well.
Yeah. We can still understand you at least.
But yeah, so it's why you had a bunch of these small nations. It's why what is Germany now looks the way it does at the start. It's part of this whole thing where it just became costly to do war. People who didn't do war often had the economy to afford to protect themselves, while people who constantly tried to do war struggled. Sometimes they saw success, but it wasn't consistent. At least not in the way you may have used to have been. And so you end up with a lot of situations where you get minor tiny little states that exist. Now, of course, this is an outlier situation compared to the rest of the world, because the rest of the world didn't have this unique set of scenarios that caused this transitional period of basically war is expensive, but also the rewards aren't good enough, or not reliable enough. And then you get into the phase where war is expensive, but outcomes are a little bit more reliable, which is where you start seeing states get gobbled up and states being more afraid of being gobbled up, so they pick a side and they decide to integrate themselves with the friendlier one to them, or the one that or they ingratiate themselves to a side.
God damn it, we are talking about a lot of
they
heavy
don't
stuff
hurt.
today.
Do you want something more light?
I don't know. You know what? A very,
I mean,
very
Warcraft,
egotistical
right?
question. Who here likes Destiny 2?
I don't
I
know.
told you before, Best Buy they tried their best to force it on my hands. I think I played it for 10 minutes. I played Destiny 1 for 10 minutes. And I just did not care for the game.
That's fair.
Yeah, the thing is just, I kind of like it, and currently everything for the game is like $30 on Humble Bundle. They extended it, by the way. Just was like, if some people like playing MMOs and such, and like, you're like, hey, we could make our own small, cat-themed guild, and maybe play a few rounds and raids or so on weekends. I just say, if it's $30 right now, it's just $30. And I want to get Agonia back into it because we have purple girlfriends, and I want to make more photos with her. I am very normal when it comes to MMOs. I'm making a lot of pictures.
Well, how about remember when we last Wiki stream talked about Civilization and how lots of people are in their whole, oh, the game is bad because it doesn't have the same content the last game had built up over years.
Yeah.
Shortly afterwards, I think Nya's YouTube account was basically flooded with videos about how the new Civilization is a total failure, just burning and everything.
What?
And I'm like,
That's
okay.
silly.
And
So it's funny you mention that because I'm talking, so I'm not actually talking to some of these people. I'm listening to what they're saying. And these are people who are going deep into things, and basically the general consensus among the Civ community, the ones that are actively like thinking about things and listening, and giving Civ 7 a chance and learning about it, is that everybody who's basically been a hardline Civ 7 sucks just doesn't understand the game. Like they failed to understand, to try and learn, and because one of the things that was recently realized is that the game is no longer about min-maxing one thing, like for example, science. You don't want to min-max science. You have to balance everything.
Yeah.
You need to grow in a balanced manner.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you end up overdoing it on one end and underdoing it on another end, which...
The only criticism I found, which has, like, some substance, which is light criticism, by the way, is the research UI sucks and could be better.
Oh yeah, that one looked awful.
Yeah.
If you select a culture, they should also show you the unique research, because that's relatively important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they basically formulated a wish that they would like, because you can build over your buildings with newer stuff. They would also like to be able to build older buildings over their newer buildings in some cases. Last thing, I don't know if it's balance-wise a good idea or not, because I don't play the game. Those are the only like legitimate criticisms I found of the game, and they are obviously things that you can easily fix with a patch, which me and Nya already talked about. Same thing with the Monster Hunter Wilds beta. It's the end of the fiscal part.
Yeah, it had to get out.
It probably just had to get out, and they will probably just patch it next time.
It's so funny. We saw a German. Sorry.
They said they're already working on those things, and I do agree. Like I haven't made up my mind about the game yet, but I think the biggest actual problem it has is the UI and UX. There's other things beside the research UI. The whole UI is. There's a lot of little things about it and some more major things, but the UI and UX is more easily fixed. Like the underlying game, like I haven't quite made up my mind on it, but it's good. Like there is definitely something there. So it's. I mean, I'm positive about it. I'm positive about it.
The irony is, the more I look, we saw like a German YouTuber point that out, because he was like, "Hey, why are there so many games coming out during February that feel like they just have." Some, they need just like another pass, and the answer is Q4 of the gaming year is going to end, and publishers want that those stats padded. I'm like, that just makes way too much sense. And similar, I looked at Monster Hunter Wilds, and like, it just made so much more sense, because like, Civ 7 had to get out in February, so it was still an impact, and like.
I will also say with Civ 7 that there's not really a reason. I could see the argument that there's not much reason to not release it in February. The game doesn't really... It's not like it needed more time to cook. It's not like that. it had like its core system are fine. They're good.
Yeah.
Even I would say.
There are bugs, but yeah.
Yeah.
There are bugs, but
Yeah.
every game has bugs.
Yeah.
I mean,
Even in old days, games
Oh, yeah.
games
Yeah.
that didn't get patched had bugs.
it's like,
Yeah.
oh, the game's where
I've seen games in much worse state at release.
you know,
Yes.
I
Bugs displayable.
Not to mention it released on consoles simultaneously, which
Yeah.
is impressive.
can I say one
Yeah.
thing? It's kind of funny when people are like, "Oh, the game, you know, they just released a full game and didn't need to patch it." And I just it's like the games were just done. Like, ever played Mega Man 2? That game is horribly bugged. This is why it's fun to speedrun, but it's so horribly fucking bugged. Holy shit! It is. Mega Man 2 is not really.
Or the reason why Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate has a big balance problem with Blast.
They could have patched that actually, but yeah, they didn't.
Not on the Wii.
Yeah, I know. No,
They-
no. It was Wii U. It was a Wii U game and
yeah,
3DS,
right.
but like,
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
It's
But it's
just-
Nintendo, like,
they just didn't patch it a lot back then. That was the case.
and
Or you
I'm
know,
just
big
saying,
rebalance.
even
stuff.
if they could do it, Nintendo didn't like the idea of patches because it would suggest that their games aren't perfect.
There is that one quote from Miyamoto that goes something like, "A delayed game may be good eventually, but a bad game is bad forever."
But like, also the problem is, hey Miyamoto, not everyone has infinite money. Like,
Also, Miyamoto doesn't really know what he's talking about sometimes. Like,
Yeah,
I've seen a discussion in another server recently about like Mario RPG, where like turns out like some of the reason why they didn't really make many is because they just kind of assume that people didn't like the exact things that people like about Mario RPG, and they'd say that's. I think it was Sticker Star or something that was really poorly received.
Yeah.
They just make shit up about like, okay, this is what people like, this is what people don't like, and then they
Yeah.
act as if that's the golden truth.
I mean, let's just be real here. I think there's a reason why I would say, for example, you know, people forget that, for example, the reason the Switch is popular is because it's, on one hand, it's the only handheld out there, but also it was made by people who actually, you know, look at what people wanted in a handheld. The thing is, a lot of Nintendo's game design, like, here's the thing. Miyamoto, when he does sometimes talk about game design himself and his ideas, I respect the guy. You clearly see he has knowledge, and he definitely thinks way more ahead than most people. That is one thing I would say. A lot of people actually have no idea about design, and they just regurgitate things they already know. But Miyamoto, he's a good designer, but he's also just sometimes very fucking full of himself. And as you said,
He's completely up his own ass.
yeah, and he just assumes things. Again, if he's left alone on his own devices, he makes great games. He's
He's a good designer, but he knows he's a good designer, and that's why he doesn't really take input. Like he is. Yeah.
I mean, an upside they have is that Nintendo just has a very, very toxic cult of personality. So even if a game has
He's
very
kind of
glaring
tyrant.
issues, it will just be spun into, this is actually an upside. You know, like for example, look, you know, yes, maybe Breath of the Wild, the world map is empty and repetitive, but that's immersion. Listen, having nothing to fucking do is not just immersion, you
I mean, it would be if the game was even having the intent to be that way. But the game was never intended that way. It's just how it is because, well, they basically
actually had to rush it.
They basically told the people working on it, like, you do that now.
Hey, remember how the Switch launched in March and was still part of the gaming quarter for Nintendo, and the Legend of Zelda game had to just come out at launch date because they promised it? Yeah, that's why Breath of the Wild is so empty. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, sorry, that's just a thing, you know? That's just a thing with Nintendo fans. It's like, hey, your favorite game has a little bit of ass in it? Try gaslighting. It works.
Oh, reminds me of that one video.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, the thing is,
come on.
Yeah, because you know, someone was we saw a video. Someone uploaded and was like, "Here's how you can make you know, Monster Hunter Wilds feel more challenging if you're a veteran." And I'm just like, your favorite game series got piss easy. Try gaslighting. Just God, it is embarrassing.
Hey Lena, if you take over Darfur, we can actually start trading.
Oh, yeah. Let me see. Nobody would jump in. 8.1 for me is doable.
Technically, Darfur is also part of your Arabian Accords.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just that is one thing. But like, yeah, they just have some very, very dumb ideas sometimes. And key thing I want to point out is that he's still a good designer when he's left. I don't want to shit on his legacy too much. He made some amazing games, like no question. It's just
He is kind of a tyrant.
yeah, he is. That's just there are better designers as Nintendo. Sakurai. No, seriously, Sakurai is the guy people.
He's technically not at Nintendo.
No, Nintendo
it's not a Nintendo.
business-wise has done pretty well. over
I
the
mean,
past.
yes, but that's also because they
I
kind
mean,
of.
especially since after the Wii U.
Yeah,
after
guess
the-
who they
after the
axed
Wii U, so-
from leadership?
Him.
Senegal, British versus French.
Do it.
The British and French are
Ooh.
throwing hands.
Oh, nice.
Primarily over. Oh, wow, the French want Sierra Leone and Karuna. Where's Karuna? What is that?
Aboriginal. It's Australia.
Oh. So,
And they want
wow,
Nova
the French
Scotia.
also They want Nova Scotia. They want the West Indies. They want
And Western Australia.
Oh my goodness.
France thinking big.
I could technically try conquering French Oran or something in that time, right?
I guess.
Um,
Yeah, no.
Maybe not. Nah, they have too big of a land here.
Yeah.
Britain wants a
the Dutch
Netherlands.
sided with the British.
Britain wants a 3D port, and like the one 3D port France has in India. So,
Nice. But yeah, it's but yeah.
And they want to humiliate the French, but
Yeah.
still.
What's
Yeah.
weird is that the first thing is Sierra Leone, but I don't see it. I'm not in the play. I can't join for some reason, even though I have declared
does the
interest.
play take- that is interesting.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Maybe it wasn't a primary demand first, and the original primary demand was
did you lose
transferred.
Did you lose your inherent interest in the region?
No. Oh, but I remember. I'm a puppet. I'm a puppet. We have forgotten that.
Yeah, you have forgotten that.
Well, you should be able to put in. So you have. So this is a.
No, I'm a puppet.
Colonialism.
Yeah, she's a puppet.
Oh yeah.
We had to tell you that 3 times.
Slavery is soonish banned. It's on
It
adoption.
wasn't registering with me.
Yeah, I noticed. It's fine.
Yeah.
It happens.
Ah,
How do you get
but
rid
neither
of
side wants me to do it,
isolationism? Again, sorry. How do you get rid of isolationism? So just I need to get
Need to-
industrialists or in government?
Or market
Yeah,
liberal,
industrial
but
will help.
especially need to get rid of traditionalism, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. That is actually more important than isolationism, and that's really hard to do
yeah.
if you don't have the power.
yeah. I mean,
I really don't. It
Especially
means I can't trade, which means I don't get iron, and I need iron.
I
Yeah.
have some iron. I would need lead though, but we're not touching tips yet. So
Well, that's plus.
I have
I've got tradition. I've got isolationism, so I can't trade.
yeah.
yeah.
I would say just try and industrialize as hard as you can.
Why does Isaac have a defensive pact with Portugal? What?
it's just
Yeah, they've
Portugal.
had that for a while.
Just fuck them over.
Yeah, they've had it for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also-
Portugal's
yeah.
not a.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
just
and they are they still?
I just-
yeah, they're guaranteed by the Ottomans. If you declare war on them, I don't know if I get pulled in or not. I can declare war on them, and the Ottomans won't get pulled in. So that's something we, like I said, we could do it. Could do it that way. I take Isaac and then trade you the province.
we could do it like that.
That's,
Yeah.
that's something we could do.
But yeah, the thing is just where was I actually? Oh yeah, I wanted to talk. Like, the thing with games is just they weren't perfect. I think it actually you know, when we look at some games like Civ 7, it's like, it sucks they, you know, didn't get a few more months. But that's fine. Like, maybe I am used to, you know, like, people are, you know, to the degree, oh, the games don't launch perfectly anymore, but, like, I'm actually kind of happy that we live in a time where games can actually change massively over time for the better.
Also, idea. Lena, if you and Ruben just piss each other off, can't you just open his market with a wargle?
Yeah, if you
Let
could,
me
that would
see,
be good.
let me see what they needed to do.
Actually, how do you even become a tributary or no? Is there a way? No, join the market. That would be a useful one.
Yeah,
I'm
but
still in the
you
ultimate
can't.
We're
market.
gonna have to
I'm still in
wait
the
until
ultimate
one
market.
of us gets
okay.
a. We're gonna have to wait for
I
one of
can-
us to
yeah.
get a. What do you call it?
Probably.
I can demand investment rights. If you have isolationism, they must instead enact free trade. So there is that.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's great.
Can you actually do that also for me? I'm
one
an
second,
alliance.
that's
I think
Yay, I can trade.
Ethiopia
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
Egypt
we have
like
an
each.
alliance. Yeah.
Yeah, Ethiopia and Egypt like each other too much for that.
shit.
Yeah.
I guess I'm stuck here. Well, Sokoto, you have to do that later. Anyway, it's just, I think that the biggest point for me is just, like, you know, maybe I am just a person that went through too many times. You know, maybe I'm brainwashed because, you know, I play Battlefield games, and I now had it 4 times, fucking 4 times that a game was. Okay, no, 3 times it was kind of massively overhauled in certain parts to just be better than launch. And ironically, I can guarantee you it will happen again. Everyone forgets how a game launches.
Yeah,
Like-
we had that last time.
Yeah, we talked about that with regards to Civ 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, and Civ 7's problems are like, a lot of them
Fixable.
are, they're definitely fixed in a few months. I can guarantee you that.
Prussia's again fighting against Russia on the behalf of the Baltic Reactionary Revolt. That's the second time that happened in this game.
I guess.
Also, I saw Prussia and no, actually France and Bavaria were at war, and Prussia was on the side of Bavaria, but neither of them made any gains because Bavaria, France wanted like Rhineland and North Rhine, and returned Bavarian Rhineland, I think, and Bavaria wanted Alsace-Lotharingen, but France also has like Luxembourg, so that would have been some very funny borders.
Yeah,
Yeah, it just looks like it went through a white piece.
I guess. But yeah, I mean, similarly, you know, when I look at that, I mean, I also say, yeah, not every game has infinite budget. Like, I mean, Miyamoto has. So I think this is why he says that. A lot of people ignore that. Because, like, even if a series is big, and even if a game has, you know, is backed by a big publisher, they don't have infinite money. Like, especially if it's bigger projects. I think people really forget that. Because if I look at Monster Hunter Wilds, I see a game. Like, the thing is, when I look at Wilds and I'm like, they did shit like that before, why is it like it is right now? And the moment you realize, oh, it's coming out in Quarter 4, they had to push it out. The game isn't finished. Or, you know, or better yet, Monster Hunter Wilds was a different vision. And because if you keep in mind, Wilds was the result of the main team. They have kind of 2 teams working on Monster Hunter games right now. They all kind of did to a degree always, but it's after Frontier shut down, it's even more clear, you know? Basically, that team has been developing a new Monster Hunter mainline title, an ambitious one, since 2019. That's 6 years. Imagine being stuck 6 years into developing a new title. And they already were over time, because I can guarantee you that, because for one simple reason. Last year was 20 years of Monster Hunter, and they only announced Wilds. They didn't release Wilds. They didn't even have anything ready there, because, you know, with the normal release cycle, Wilds would have launched last year and be, you know, the anniversary title. But it didn't. And I think one of the key reasons for that is simply Wilds was actually meant to be a new DOS title, a new Frontier title, as in focus on having, the stuff like newer titles have, like, big open areas and, ecosystems and stuff, but also expand on the season system, expand on a lot of stuff, and have a big online, ever thought about that? It's weird that we have online lobbies with over 100 people. A thing that basically only was in Monster Hunter 1, Monster Hunter DOS, and Monster Hunter Tri to a degree, the console titles with an online thing, and, to a degree, basically Mesopotamia Square and Frontier, so the MMO part. Why they suddenly bring that back when it's technically not needed? The big lobbies of World already worked. But you can only see 16, because they had the 100 lobby thing going, and they probably wanted to make an online hub. But they couldn't make it.
For whatever reason.
Probably time. They probably were working on, they were working on a lot of stuff at once, and they went over time. And what probably happened was that Capcom told them, probably last year or so, hey, you're running out of budget, make a game. You can't make the one you want to do. That might probably be the next title. But this makes so much more sense for how the game looks like, because, why does it feel weirdly tagged on? Why does the season system feel like it wants to be the online system, the old system again, but isn't? Because, they just switched it around. This is also probably why they are, reworking the whole combat system on such a short notice, because they simply weren't done with it. And now it just was very, very obvious that it wasn't done. And so they just, reworked it. So yeah. Quartal 4 games. Not even once.
Where's the transfer state thing again?
Both people need to be at peace, and you right-click on the state that you.
Oh, on the state directly,
you
right.
You right-click on the state, scroll down to transfer state, and then you select the states that you want.
It's not. Can you take it? Because I don't see the option.
Let me just check really quickly.
You need to be cordial in order to transfer states.
Trade states.
Also, you do it with Egypt interactions.
Yeah. Egyptian Somaliland. There we go. Confirm. I want that. Yes.
There you go.
We have Somaliland. That's more money.
Ethiopia's natural borders.
Yeah, Somaliland just looks that's just such a. They should have split it up in at least 3 regions.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hope that they will. I very much get the feeling that the Horn of Africa will have some, just as they gave India an version pack. I expect something like that for the Horn of Africa, because I've been doing some reading about the history of Ethiopia and Somalia in the 19th century. There's a lot going on there, and there is so much the situation right now. Now the basics, they need to put so much more in. It's so much potential for really cool stuff.
If they do that, they should include Kenya and the Great Lakes states.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
that region needs it so much.
Kenya is a massive thing.
Probably, but even then, even just Ethiopia and Somalia alone, the Horn of Africa, is already there is way more going on there than there is so much potential. Even if they have a focus pack just on that, that amount of attention to this specific region, that would already just be, would be so good. There is definitely the potential there for that kind of content. If I get my relations with Portugal low enough, I'm pretty sure I could just puppet them. Well, I can't because they're recognized and I'm not, but like, Portugal is an absolute pushover.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are so like
As soon as they end their lines with England, that game start, basically.
Yeah.
My main problem is that pretty much all of my land is Atlas Mountains, so minus 50% infrastructure and state construction efficiency.
Well, it also doesn't help that you're losing money to the
Well,
Austrians.
I'm positive. Like money, I have no problems. But yeah, I'm definitely losing money to the Austrians. But the main problem, yeah, that's fine.
I will say the Austrians are starting to build up their navy, so you may be on a timer here for defying them.
Well, then let's just declare independence now, I guess.
Well, I have a decent navy. I'm building up more navy, and I have. Well, I can't match them in army, but I can. I can like kick their navy's ass, and especially if once I get this naval build up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I think I believe I am supporting your independence. Yeah, I am supporting your independence.
Your 27 ships should be able to fend off the 32. Well,
Yeah,
maybe not completely, but they should be competitive.
yeah, yeah. 'Cause, like Austria has 11 ships of their own.
Yeah.
So,
Split
like,
across 2 fleets.
Yeah, I have just the one fleet, and I'm building it up to 40.
Yeah.
that sounds good.
And I highly doubt that they're going to lose their friendships anytime soon.
Their friendships.
Yes. I mean, mostly lost friendships in this game tend to happen, for the AI tends to happen after a big war.
It was a joke on their navies.
Where is the independence? I cannot become.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you
I need to.
increase autonomy.
Yes. I can ask them and they will say no, so where is the war goal for that?
I think you have to ask them, and then you get
yeah.
the war goal. Either
Yeah.
that, or is on the diplomacy tab.
Yeah, you
yeah.
need to make
ask
a
them.
demand
Yeah.
from your master, and then
Yeah.
when they deny it, then you get the war goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My
And
fleet is
also,
in-
by the way, asking for something like asking for it diplomatically does not start the play. But if they deny it, then that increases your independence opportunities.
Yeah.
So that is an effective way to.
Yeah, I
Kind of
am fully have full liberty desire, but I'm
Yeah.
searching for either increased autonomy or something else, and I don't find it.
So,
Wait,
right, it's a diplomatic action. So
Scroll up.
When you say wait, you mean something more important. Oh, they put me in a war.
Oh yeah, with Prussia, of course. German leadership.
maybe you could ask Prussia for independence.
I'm in that war zap. I'm a puppet.
Can you offer that?
There's nothing
There's
to offer.
nothing.
I'm on.
No political autonomy.
Have you forgotten that there is defensive cooperation in the Metternich system.
Oh, yes. So we basically... The problem is we took too long to get this started.
Yeah.
Well, technically it's
So now you gotta wait
perfect.
for the war to end.
Well, technically it's perfect because Austria will be weakened. Problem is still, I have to say, I don't
Fair.
even find the thing to...
You,
Under
if
your
you
own
right
diplomacy
click-
tab, if you open your country tab, under the diplomacy, right at the top, there should be the like where it says your overlord.
Nope. There
Potential
is
subject actions. Click on that.
still not.
Increase auto.
No,
You need to demand that. Yes.
I did that already.
Okay, so once you've asked for them to
Mm-hmm.
release you, and they say no,
Yeah.
then you go into your diplomatic demand.
Yeah.
So interactions with
you need to do-
Austria.
So you treat it the same. The second part is that you treat it the same as a war goal.
Yeah.
That doesn't help. So.
Now,
You can't-
have you demanded
can't see
already?
it right
Yes.
now.
How many times do I need to say that I
Yeah.
asked them to increase autonomy, and they said no? We already had that step.
You can't do it actually right now, but yeah.
You can't do it right now because you're on the same side of the war. Once that
Yeah.
is over, you're good. Now, my assumption is that Metternich system isn't going to be a problem with this. It shouldn't be.
It will. Everyone will be in there because it's declaring war.
Well, no. I mean, it's like in regards to like forcing you to not do anything. It shouldn't get in the way of that.
No, I just will be at war with the Metternich system. That's all.
Yeah.
So you're probably fine on that.
The problem was even before the war started. The option was just gone. Not even under unavailable diplomatic options. That's why I was confused.
Yeah, I mean, probably.
But they only want German leadership, so I.
Oh wait, were you looking at diplomatic actions? Because this is the weird thing, is that it's under after you request the increase.
Everything in interactions, Zep. Everything in interactions. I just have everything open and scroll through, and it wasn't there.
It is way at the bottom there.
I know that it's now there, but before the war was declared, it wasn't. How many times do
You
I need to
didn't
say
open
that?
diplomatic demands.
I had it open.
Well, we'll have to check again once the war is over.
Yes, that's what we will do.
Maybe we can see about like
Also, since there is nothing on me, maybe Austria will let me just capitulate.
I don't think you get that option as a puppet.
Yeah, probably not. But, well, I won't mobilize, so...
Fuck you, Austria. I won't mobilize.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Attack me? And afterwards I can reform my taxes if the enacting slavery will finally get through. That's the one thing I can use the Metternich system for, actually. You know?
Yeah. I just need to get political will for legacy slavery up so that I can actually move off of slave trade now.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that the rural folk basically just kind of gave up on the idea.
Yeah.
And they were the main driving force with the peasant movement. And I've got no anti-slavery movement either, which is a struggle on it of its own.
Yeah, I only have a pro-slavery movement, which I'm suppressing.
Yep, same. That said, my peasant movement is getting pretty sizable. But it's not got as much power as the absolutionist movement.
Well, serfdom also has not much, like the peasant movement normally doesn't have much to say on slavery. But hey, as soon as I'm free, I will have 14.7k more money. I just built steelworks in the meantime to get enough tools. And then I'm hopefully happy.
That's good.
And then when I can build railways, I can move my capital to Transvaal, I guess. Why? Okay. I have 2 Senegal HQs in Mascalan, Senegal for some reason.
Probably because it probably has something to do with the way in which colonialism sometimes works.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe it's
Might
like
also-
maybe it's one is land and one is navy.
Probably. It's just weird to see them both like on this one peninsula thing.
Yeah.
With
It
the
does happen when
Yeah.
you get colonial lands like that.
I think I briefly saw the 2 HQs as well at one point. Yeah, it happens. UI glitch.
Yeah.
It's just funny to look at. Also, if you zoom in, there's this gigantic light tower that reaches into the atmosphere.
Where?
In Senegal. There's the Mascaran in Senegal. They have a gigantic lighthouse.
Yeah. I'm time to actually upgrade my bureaucracy because I have to fix tax waste, and then I can actually. Also, I need
Just
some
so you-
bureaucracy for my police force.
Like, unless you need it for institutions, if you do not have negative bureaucracy, eliminating tax waste doesn't give you more money, I think. Because the bureaucracy itself is too expensive most of the time.
It depends on their. It depends on what's it called, your tech level.
Yeah.
At some low tech levels, it does make a benefit, but
Yeah, I find in Ethiopia it did help. Like I was losing so like getting bureaucracy up did like kind of fix my money.
Yeah, I'm currently like
it also
actually
depends
pretty
on your,
good in terms of
paper
money,
industry as well.
but also I need
If
more
your paper
bureaucracy.
industry is strong, if your paper industry is strong, then it should be fine.
Yeah. By the way,
Mine is non-existent.
I just want to say I actually need bureaucracy anyway because I am currently getting dedicated police force, and I need some bureaucracy for that, which will help me though a lot. Also, my fucking coastline is now devastated because the fucking Krakatoa exploded.
Well, my coastline as well. Don't ask me how, but that's what happens. It happens in Prussia as well.
The fuck?
The-
Krakatoa isn't affecting me because. Oh no, never mind.
The Krakatoa is like it's just it's sentient. It just goes around. It's like fuck you in particular.
Yeah, I don't need to worry about it much because I don't have a coastline. Yay!
Yay! Yet you need one, and you still don't touch tips.
Well, it's
trying, but the problem is that Volta is a massive state.
Yeah, I guess.
also like I can't get colonial affairs yet. It's annoying.
I mean, I'm kind of moving my way over to Aholi, so I can actually conquer them.
I mean, I'm kind of touching butts with Lena, with Darfur, but I need to touch tits with Sep.
yeah.
And the important thing, yeah, is that
With
you
Mossy.
cut off the British.
Yeah, this is why I want to, get Rift Valley and the Great Lakes states, because then I can also go to Nyamwezi. I mean, to cut them off, but also yeah.
Yeah, and like incorporating the Great Lakes states is really good. Like they have some
Oh, yeah.
really good resources now.
Absolutely.
That will supercharge your industrialization, and they have so many people as well. Like that is going to be a huge economic boost.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I'm going there. Oh, well, but yeah,
It's always fun to be like, oh yeah, I make my population radical to get laissez-faire. And in the meantime, I'm just enacting level 5 police. And everything is fine again. Because if you speak up, you get the stick.
that the benevolent entity on the monitor wants to make your life better. But my life gets horrible. It will get better eventually. But then I'm dead. Be happy for your offspring.
Basically, yeah.
I mean, I'm going to start building universities as well, so yeah.
I have a few.
Ethiopia going smart.
But I have to wait till Transvaal gets fully incorporated.
I
So,
still don't even have academia.
I got it like through tech spread, but yeah. I still need to
Yeah, I've
wait.
been unlucky with it.
Yeah, I still need like 7 years to fully incorporate Transvaal, and then I can make it my capital, and I'm happy.
Yay. Oh well.
Okay, war goals.
Oh yeah,
are
by the
gone.
way,
Early game the small countries, the tech, the building, it's very different to big countries.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
Oh, the French might help
Oh,
me.
the US.
Yeah, the US as
is
well.
on your side.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
guarantee my independence. That's why.
Also, their only war goal is humiliate the US.
Well, that's funny.
yeah. Kind of weird to think about that the USA was once actually protecting some nations to a degree.
I would like to liberate Tunis, but I don't know if I should.
Oh yeah, by the way,
If you
So-
can, that'd be
Probably
good.
could.
Like,
Yeah, then let's probably do it.
one question
if you can't transfer them, what we could do is, if we want to keep them safe and prevent like France from snapping them up, as soon as the war is over, I could try and puppet them, and then later on, we can just transfer them. If you want, that's something we could just do.
Oh, what?
That's
Oh,
the
France.
French joined the Austrians.
Uh-oh.
It's not
Uh-oh.
good. Then I'm fucked. They wanted to join me. How did it just change their mind?
Well, I'm sending my army over.
that's
Oh, it's because you joined. Lena.
Oh, you should have joined.
I am supporting your independence. I automatically got pulled in. I didn't actively
Okay.
join. I just
Okay.
But that is still flip. This is so stupid, actually. I think supporting
Not so-
Hmm?
This probably would have remained small if the U.S. wasn't involved.
Yeah, but they were guaranteeing my independence on their own already.
yeah. Oh well.
Oh well.
I guess we hope the U.S. pulls through.
Hopefully, if not, we
There are too many fronts. I'm completely fucked.
do we want to kick France out?
I mean, just a question about the game, in case I just don't understand. France was like, hey, we would join you for something. I didn't have the chance to click on it yet.
Yeah.
And basically the next tick they were like, no, I'm joining the Austrians. And I can't even ask them to reconsider.
Yeah, that was probably because I think Lena was pulled in. And
Well,
so-
everyone was pulled in from the beginning.
Yeah.
And because that happened.
So most likely, what it is that France wanted something from the region, and they would have accepted it from anyone. It's just that the AI has the advantage of being able to talk to itself instantly.
Yeah.
I'm sending. Yeah,
But
I'm
also-
sending both my armies over to.
But also, I
No,
would
fine.
say we should. Okay.
Yes, Lena?
I'm sending both my 60 stacks over to your front, so that might be that might help.
So here's the thing that we could do. If we're fast about it, we could maybe naval invade Constantine. At the very least, France is only asking for Mascar and Constantine.
That's,
A lot. Still.
Yeah, the U.S. is sending troops over, including General Sherman. So, there are the U.S.
But
is
not
getting
many.
actively involved. Not many, but like they're still on national militia probably. So hopefully they'll mobilize conscripts.
probably not.
Probably not. I mean, the thing is, by the way, this is actually exactly the thing that I think they need to look at, and they kind of ask about with diplomatic plays, in their recent surveys they are doing, because you really can't get a good grasp, especially in multiplayer, you can't get a grasp how AIs work. Because, Zep is right. Zep is completely right. What probably happened was people got pulled in, and because, Lena is a player, a big player, by the way,
Yeah.
and you don't have a good, relation with France, they just instantly switched sides and joined. And because, AI can communicate, this is something that was unable to,
Yeah, because, if I could still communicate with them, obviously what they want is Mascar and Constantine.
yeah.
Yeah? So technically, if I would give it to them, they would join on my side of the war, right?
Yeah, for example.
So,
Theoretically.
Yeah.
yeah, because that's why they're in there, because they want a piece of land. They could either get it through war with me, or through war against Austria, because they were willing to join my side, at least the thumbs up indicated that, probably with transfer Mascar and Constantine. But I can't even give it to them just because Austria was faster.
Yeah, that is the problem, and I've actually tested this in single player. That is how the AI behaves regarding that. They will take whatever if they have that desire that they need something in that region, or they need that completed state, then they will take whatever is the first deal that's offered to them.
Yeah. And that
Which
kind
is
of
a problem, because I feel like that kind of negates some of the points of diplomatic maneuvering,
Yeah.
where someone could offer an easier deal to them. That said, there's a little bit of an aspect of this is that France is more willing to support a recognized great power than a unrecognized power.
Yeah.
So there are aspects of this that are a little bullshit. There are aspects of this that make sense.
Yeah. I agree. So
I think it's just also the speed and the fact that, you had no indication that this would happen. Everything on your end basically told you, you will, actually...
told me France hated Austria, their probability to join was minus 163.
Yeah, that's just bullshit.
And now they obviously like them because they got the war goal from them and stuff.
Which is you can't plan around that. So again, how do we want to continue? Try to work it out? Just power through it? Or do we want to kick France out because illegal AI activity?
What we could do, just at the very least, I'd suggest make a safety save. I think we have a chance looking at the armies there.
They're 70 on the way. We have not a chance.
Yeah.
I have 120 on the way, and they have Austria has line infantry. So do I. We have the same identical military tech.
And French has skirmishes, which is the main part of the army that's coming right now.
Yeah.
I
will say, so things that you can do, you can try and raid the French. You could maybe try and naval invade into Constantine. It's going to be hard, especially because their navy is just so big.
It's totally irrelevant that there are 3 fronts on my end. I don't have enough soldiers. they will just walk over us because, well, I have a big land border. There's like I will be done before I can get any raiding done in the first place. I don't know how you think that would.
I know. I'm just trying to theory craft here and try and think things.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I don't know how you imagine that.
Yeah, so the question is just, do we want to kick France out? Because by all metrics, this seemed like just very...
I couldn't give them the thing they wanted in the first place.
I mean, technically, if you pause, but also considering...
As things are right now, France can't be kicked out, not until the play starts, because they have a primary demand.
I guess, then let's just wait first and then think about it for a second.
You kind of do seem fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I can get, like, 2 fronts under control, but, like, the, Manakek?
Yeah, can you get the smaller ones under control? Because I've got troops going to the big one.
I mean, do you...
Which front? I see the 83 stack. I'll get one over there.
If I'm correct, I think Oran can be naval invaded from the Strait of Gibraltar.
That doesn't matter, Zep.
We have
Look at the-
That would instantly close that front. That would instantly close it.
Yeah. Problem is, I have 2...
I was just trying to address the whole...
Yeah, I know.
Lower the number of fronts.
I know. I'm just saying, like, there's no way I lose on every front. With Lena, I probably, like, maybe get to, like, a standstill on the Madakek Constantine front. But they're, like, 55 on one end, 85 on the other.
Yeah.
Hey, at least Austria is trying to ban slavery.
If we go to like speed 2, keep an eye on things, micromanage, we could maybe. Like,
No, look at the difference. Look at the fact they have like 3 fronts, and the fact they can actually they don't even need to land or anything. They are superior to you. You won't win this as long as France is in the game. I'm just going to say it right now. So that's
Then save, please. Also, interesting thing, I am basically at war with Austria, but I'm still in their market.
Yeah, that happens. I think the market's technically split once the war begins.
Well, that's good.
I don't remember exactly how it works, but I do recall seeing that markets are treated as separate once the war begins.
Well, that's good that they changed that. So have you saved?
I have not saved. Why should I save?
Because you paused.
Save.
And you said you would
You
save.
said that you were going to save.
Yeah.
No,
Yes, you did.
You did say that you were saving.
What?
Yes.
Why?
Because you said it.
No, I'm just... Okay, you know what? Then let's do this. Because I don't want anyone to see the lobby code. Save game. Then you want to try it, and if it fails, we do something else?
If you technically you can just save just before the play starts.
It's already saved now,
Okay.
so...
But yeah, you can technically just,
What?
make France back out like you said.
Do you all agree on that?
We could, but I will like Mascara and Constantine. The only negative demand here is they will take Mascara and Constantine. Is that something that you want to keep? Because if they win, they will also ban slavery in both of us.
I don't really care about that because I need my independence. That's what I need. I can give Austria the war goals. That's not a problem. We're talking about the French.
Yeah.
Also, my line of thought is essentially, so the French war goals honestly don't matter.
That's yeah.
Like
that's what I mean. Like the only French war goal is Mascara and Constantine.
Yeah, but the point was never about the war goals. The point was that I could have gotten them on my side, but AI bullshittery prevented me from
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
That's why we're talking about kicking France out of the war.
If we kick, so here's one thing I would say, maybe I think the most reasonable thing that I'm like understanding from this conversation all is essentially that we kick France out, give them Mascara and Constantine.
What? No. We kicked them out.
You could always just cheat and switch to the French Republic and end the war.
That's what we're talking about.
True.
That's not that we can.
I know, but
extend them.
as well, that's also an option.
That's the option we're talking about.
Yeah, that is what we're talking about, Ruben.
Oh, okay, that's right.
My line of thought is that the idea was that you were going to consider giving Mascara and Constantine to France in exchange for their support.
I was
Right?
considering
Is that
it,
what you're thinking?
but I don't need it because Austria can't land on me without the French.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing was just
So
France.
my line of
France
thought is that if
yeah.
we're getting the French out of this whole situation, that basically that is the trade-off for their demand. Like, essentially, you're enacting their demand of.
If they were on my side on the war afterwards, sure.
Yeah, if that was the case, but it didn't because the game literally signaled, hey, France hates Austria, France wouldn't join, France literally joined. It was just a complete
that's
180 flip of everything. It was...
Yeah. Like, if I could re-sway them with that, I would do it. But the only option we have is them backing down. At that point, it's like they were never in the war, so nobody should have given them the war goal, me included.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's my thinking.
I was only offering an option.
Yeah,
Okay.
so let's just wait until the war then starts and I can...
Essentially, what would have to happen is that the war starts, then capitulates as France.
Yeah.
Basically, that's the idea.
Yeah, and so for that
That's
time
a
we will
feature
see
I
the-
would like, that I could re-sway them. You know?
I mean, also, it's just also the thing that I also wrote into the survey. The biggest problem they have with their AI is the fact that there is no cultural or, human factor in the AI right now. There is no long-term grudges or so. Like, if France hates Austria, they wouldn't just join their side.
I would worry about a long-term grudge system, about the AI just developing grudges for everybody, and that makes.
I mean, that is one thing, yes, but the thing is, we can't also just leave it out. You need some from again.
Yeah, the closest thing we have to that is AI trying to complete states.
Yeah.
I do agree with you, but with the qualifier that this is the era of realpolitik, and this is also especially toward the end. Britain and France were long-time historical rivals. They still banded together. Austria and Germany were long-time historical rivals. They still banded together. So this is precisely the time when strategic interests began to trump those kinds of factors.
True. But also, they didn't do it in the beginning, and I think you could still make it more gradual, because in the beginning they
In
still
the
were
end, the
very
only
much...
thing I want, because that would be easier for France, is they have the war goal to have Mascara and Constantine. I want just to be able to say, hey, stay out of the war, you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
that would be...
Well, that's the logic that I was going under, is that basically you offered them that to stay out the war, which is what they wanted.
Yeah, but...
They would have attacked before.
Or join the war on your side.
Yeah.
Well,
And I think the main reason why France hasn't attacked you yet is because you were part of Austria's
yes. And I will be, still. So.
Yeah.
Oh, my masculine market... Why do I... It looks like the masculine market right now has buy orders from the Austrian market.
Lol.
Yeah, they split them off, but I think that they still have like connections. I
Yeah,
guess.
because I have like
Which
minus.
I'm willing to attribute that to pre-existing demand, and also
Yeah.
it could be that the market's not adjusted yet, but it could also just be that some merchants are still active.
Do we want to continue?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think it is just like it hasn't adjusted yet. Like I don't know if maybe at the next tick or in some time in the future they'll like the market connections will disappear, because I think that's what I've noticed.
Also, buy orders do not appear and disappear instantaneously. They change at a gradual pace.
Yeah, but it's still
US
from pops that aren't in the market technically. That's why I'm like.
Yeah.
Also,
The US is trying to naval invade Croatia.
Lena, since you're in the war, can you just naval invade Tunis? Then we can get them free.
Tunis is on our side.
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, I just fight for them. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
I've managed to get a defensive pact with the U.S.
Oh, that's great.
That's very nice, actually. But yeah, I mean, the thing is just, I know what you mean with, the reality, but like, even your example really kicked in at the whole tail end of everything, and France and Britain was
I know. Like it's not a counter argument; it's a qualifier. Like I mostly agree with you. So it is what I'm saying. Like,
I feel like it would also fit with the system I proposed with like counter swaying. Like that I would just take the better offer.
Yeah.
Like why fight for Constantine even though if it's an easy war when they can just get it.
Yeah, like I think you could actually make it like just a decreasing thing, like from that realpolitik just becomes more and more a thing, where the other option just slows down. Like it would be a natural cause,
Yeah, I think that the game definitely needs to. The core problem is the what do you call them? The core problem is the issue with the fact that when a diplomatic play is literally just locking in ahead of time and giving you time to like set up your orders, your war efforts or whatever. It's irrelevant outside of the it doesn't do the job that it was intended to do.
It's just like there's nothing afterwards.
If we're with the whole like realpolitik came later into the game and stuff, how about you get actually tech that allows you to band together better with people you actually hate? Then we need UI to make that more visible, but in the end it would be a cool idea.
Yeah. That's just
also like what I'm just a thought, if like would it be possible in the peace proposal not just get like your war goals, but also accept like the ban slavery war goals, because that would be two birds with one stone.
Yeah, that was the plan. I can do that. That would make Austria even happier. So we have the war over sooner. So.
Nice.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Oh, you get rid of your slavery. Ooh.
Yeah.
Can you maybe get rid of my slavery?
So bad.
Yeah, unfortunately, they never put that demand on me, which I'm sad about.
Oh, I'm not gonna demand it later.
But yeah, it's just the game definitely needs some work. But like the fact they are doing those surveys is like, they definitely are in the case of let's actually figure out what to do. And
although I have to add, I hate the surveys. I like what they're for. I just hate them.
But context in the sense of the questions are not that defined, so autism has problems.
Yes. Very much so.
Screams at monitor, be precise, what do you mean?
Is it impactful? What do you mean impactful?
I say John muss sein.
Impactful.
It's like, do you mean strong? Impact on what? Like, how much I think this?
I think they were saying, is it something that you actively consider as a significant part of the game?
But if they meant that,
something that you are thinking about many times.
But if they meant that, they could have wrote it.
But then people probably wouldn't have read it, or they wouldn't have
Fair.
There's ease of reading for the masses when you make things a bit more simple. And plus, if you do generalizations, it's easier to.
I know, but like
For me, sadly not.
this is the eternal war
Yeah,
between
exactly.
normies and neurodivergent people. It's like, can you specify that? I can't imagine it. And normies like, how can't you? And thus it will go on eternally.
Well, a specific subset of neurodivergent people, but yes.
True, but you suffer the most. So
Yes, accommodate me.
No, but that would be DEI. We can't do that.
oh god no.
Is it Trump is defunding Agonia?
No! How does he dare defund my girlfriend? I shall invade Washington.
It's 1814 again. Burn down the White House.
I mean, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, we just invade Canada. That will go well. Like, oh yeah, you know, the last time you fought against Canada, you lost. You think the
I mean,
Abram?
that was a long
It
time
was
ago.
only Canada that we were fighting.
Yeah, it was the British as well.
I mean,
so.
you know, this time it would be the British and French and Germans and kind of the rest of Europe.
And Danish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Danish already have a foothold in the country.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
every bakery.
Yeah,
Sure.
they have that one city in Africa. Jeez. They have that one city in California.
I just noticed New Brunswick is
Yes,
a
it's
Russian
Russia.
puppet.
It
how the
happened in the British-French War.
Okay. Russia, weird flex, but okay.
Cool flag.
Yeah.
Very medieval.
If you go into the diplomatic tab of New Brunswick, they're showing you Russia as a great power of rank 51.
For me, it says rank 48. Oh,
Something
no,
is-
never mind. It says for me like the thing says 48, but if I mouse over, it says Ottoman Empire holds a rank of major power.
But why the Ottomans?
I don't know. I don't know. It's just the UI is glitching out. somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. It definitely is.
Yeah. Because Russia is number 3.
Also, how brave of the U.S. They're actively trying to invade.
Yeah.
Also, if you zoom in on Austria, you can see it burning.
Yeah.
Well, that's from Prussia, still.
Yes, that's from Prussia, and the fact that they have a lot of starving pops. as well.
Good.
Yeah. Why do... It's still so weird. It's like...
You know what? I just looked like, hey, what would the Americans be up against if they fought Canada? And the answer is Leopard 2 tanks, but also the American version of the Trollolol gun, aka the Striker. Okay, so this is it's called a mobile. It's an assault gun. So basically, a tank hunter.
Yeah.
You know.
1128.
I would say that if it weren't for the for mutinies in the Navy in that situation, that those probably wouldn't see the light of American shores.
Yeah.
Probably not.
The thing is
Just
just
because our Navy wouldn't be able to, like, it wouldn't let any shipping into the
yeah.
area.
You know, going back to the. I have some time. Let's go back to the browser.
I mean, you could airlift the tanks in, but
Yeah.
that's expensive.
So,
and
I mean,
hard.
I know this is, by the way, this is an quote-unquote American design. I think the hull is actually, that's I think actually a Swiss design. But yeah, the thing is, this is.
I think the Striker is based on the Moag Piranha.
Yeah,
but,
it's
like,
the
the Moag
Moag,
Piranha
yeah.
is it's everywhere. It's like
Yes.
every country with any kind of military industry has their own variant of the Moag Piranha.
Okay, except Germany, we have the Boxer. I mean, the Boxer is good. We're currently planting a really good artillery and anti-aircraft stuff on the Boxer, and just be like, yay. that's German efficiency, because we were like, quite literally, friends are like, we developed this truck from which we can, fire artillery shells really fast and just move out of the way before they even impact. So, and Sweden was like, we can do this the same, but even faster. And now they're getting used in Ukraine, and, they save ammunition, and the Russians can't fire back because, they fire and move before everything else. And Germany was like, we need that as well. How can we do that? And then, the German engineers were like, einfach. Takes, existing artillery, places it on the back of a Boxer, does some programming. It's like, look at this. It can fire while driving. And you're like, the fuck? This is like, sure, the Panzerhaubitze 2000 is already like the best tracked artillery out there. We just had to flex, I guess. Similarly, the Sky Ranger is like, oh, what is this? Yeah, so we have a new anti-air gun because we realized, shooting down drones with the Gepard was just really efficient. So now we can use that one. Just more precise, computer guided, and less better ammo efficiency. Oh, so it's actually an existing thing that is pretty... Yes! Can you put it on a Boxer? Yes! It's like, how do you solve problems in Germany? Put it on a Boxer.
Yeah, Germany went like, you've heard of the Panzerhaubitze, now introducing the Ungepanzerte
Yes! But the thing is, what I wanted to talk about is, so the Canadians apparently have a bunch of these, and, here's the thing. I will always say that people forget that, if the US will invade Canada, you will have a partisan problem. Because the Canadians are already, very much on the, Trump pulling this shit basically changed Canada's stance from, we're Canada, they can identify, Canada kind of identifies by saying we're not America, but they're not like,
what the craziest thing that happened that I've seen regarding this? Fucking people of Alberta are liked now. Imagine that. The French Canadians appreciating the people from Alberta.
Yeah,
that is impossible.
That's the thing. What I would say. The irony is, Canada had some problems of, they have, the whole French Canadian thing going on. They also have big problems. They also have their own, problems with, treating natives shittily. But I can tell you, Trump's actions right now, they are turbocharging healing between those factions very fast, because if all of them are getting, confronted with the USA invades, they are very fast to band together. You in the blink of an eye. And yeah, again, they're just like, should we try?
So what you're saying is Trump is a Canadian agent.
I guess. It's so funny that, again, here's the thing. I don't know if Canada will join the EU, but the fact they're actually talking about this seriously, not as a joke, seriously, says a lot. Also, it would be very, very funny if Canada joins the EU before Britain rejoins. It would be very hilarious if the ex-colony is back in first. But yeah, the thing is, you will have partisans, and the partisans will use, because that's, that cannon, that's the same as on the Abrams and Leopards 2. That's tank ammunition. That's 120 millimeters. That shit can be supplied by Europe, no problem. And shut down any traffic by sea coming from Greenland and shit. You won't. But here's the next problem. Canada is a big B, has a lot of forests. Tank battles are, not won by just, the better tank wins. It's usually by who shoots first. Anyway, smaller profile vehicles that can go over muddy terrain and also rivers.
You should, just because you talk about it, it's fine, but you should put on Wiki 3.
I will do that right in a second. And again, can go through rivers. They win. Anyway, those things are perfect. Canada has a lot of those, so yeah, America will have a bit of a problem going through that country.
Also, like a low-profile turret, uncrewed, remote-operated. If you go hull down, it's basically impossible to spot, especially if it's pointing at you. And if it does get shot, like if it's properly hull down, if the turret gets hit, oh well, the crew is fine. The crew is safe. The crew can just drive off. Like in a tank, if the turret gets hit, that's a problem.
Yeah. Anyway, just wanted to say, yeah, invading Canada will just be a very, very bad idea, and no one should do it.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Invading anywhere along the U.S.-Canadian border on either side is just hell.
Yeah, that's the next.
I've been to Montana. I've been to North Dakota and like the areas around the border. Even just like whether it's armor or infantry or anything, crossing that border is it's so hellish. Like it's not an easy thing to do, no matter the time of year. So no one's gonna have a fun time.
Oh yeah. So yeah. Just saying it.
If anything, you'll probably see some skirmishes around the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
And maybe Washington, but even then, Washington, like there's no good place for the U.S. and Canada to fight except maybe the Great Lakes. Everything else is basically mountains and inhospitable terrain and deep forested wilderness that's not that has basically zero logistics.
Yeah. Also, I mean, hey, they could still do, the old European trick of just using the railway system. Oh wait, those suck in both countries. Woohoo! And the roads will be torn up in seconds.
I mean, I would say the one thing is that the U.S. does have okay-ish rail lines in the north of the country. Like including in the Great Plains as well. We have rail systems, but they're mostly sequestered to cargo, which the nation in war times probably would say, fuck you, no, we're using them. So, because, like, military cargo, basically.
Yeah,
military cargo already has right of way anyways, so.
Yeah, so it's just, again, I mean, it just was just another jab at Amtrak and Via Rail for that matter. But yeah, it's just
there's zero reason for any war to happen in North America.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's zero reason. But again, we're talking about someone who wants to have prestige from expanding. So it's gonna be shit.
Yes.
Yeah, but you don't get prestige as a victory point. You can only do humiliation points.
I mean, he hasn't played any games recently. Like he has no, like he couldn't grasp.
I mean, here's the thing.
Trump couldn't wrap his head around Tetris.
Here's the thing. Trump has definitely never played games, even not board games, seriously. But the thing is, his right hand has not even played games, but he really likes to pretend to it. That was so.
Let's be honest. Elon is way too.
Hires a lot of people that probably play a lot of games.
Yeah, that was so utterly embarrassing.
Yeah. Like, Elon is way too occupied to spam on X than to play video games.
You mean on 88?
Yes.
I will keep repeating that, sorry. It just has to be said. Sorry. That's why I'm really just stopped posting there because it's just a fucking propaganda machine at this point. I know some people really try to, I feel like there are a lot of people stay there because of reasons, but sorry.
Inertia, yeah.
It's AX because the thing is, again, why is it called X? Look up the ASCII number for X. It's 88. Yeah. They keep literally just banning people, or also shadow banning, just censoring. It's
the main reason why I haven't gone full, why I still spend more time on Twitter, is probably because I feel like Blue Sky is still new, and it has the potential to end up in a similar situation to Truth Social and Telegram, in that they're echo chambers. Not in the same ideological direction.
Yeah. How about you join and prevent that? everyone working towards a better future on Blue Sky helps. Every
I'm
like
on Blue
changes.
Sky. I also am not really conducive to creating a social media environment. Like the most we talked about this with Beyond the other day. The most active I'd be on social media would probably be like doing the typical posting that you would see on RedNote. Not that I'm going to intend to use RedNote, and then Reddit. Like I'm more active on Reddit than I am on Twitter.
Yeah, it's just like
Yeah.
I think
That's just
ditching
my
it is just a thing. Like,
Yeah,
I get why people not do it.
That's my concern. That's my main concern with Blue Sky. It's just that it becomes an echo chamber.
I mean, you mean like X?
Basically doesn't-
Yeah, X is just like that's the thing. X is actually an echo chamber right now. It is.
starting to become an echo chamber. The problem is part of the problem is the bots that said there are a lot of people that are on there that are like stopping it from being one.
I mean, it will always
they
be
are
to a degree, but like the thing is that I think this is probably the part where we. Can I say one thing? The thing is, echo chambers are usually very small. Blue Sky already is growing faster by the minute because like a lot of people are ditching. Like I think MSNBC basically had advertisement for it recently because like someone on there said, they're only on Blue Sky now because it's like the only social media website that doesn't make them claw their eyes out. It's like, wait.
That sounds like something. What's her face?
I don't know.
One of the lady anchors.
Yeah, I think it was one of them. I didn't remember the name, so yeah, I just know it
That
happened,
sounds
and
like
it's.
what she would say. I'm blanking out on her name right now. Normally I know it, but I've been avoiding. I've done my pre-Lent decision of just not looking at news.
Yeah. It's just
Good choice.
Not that I actively
Good choice.
participate in Lent. It's just I work at a Catholic institution, and so it's in discussions, and I'm just kind of like, oh yeah, sure, I'll throw my hat in the ring.
Just don't look
It's just-
at the news. Just don't look up. Just
I've always found I'm a
Yeah.
much healthier feeling person when I just ignore the news and I don't focus on like the 24-hour news cycle.
Yeah,
I mean, sometimes it is important to pay attention, like it's stuff that you're
Yeah.
it really depends where you get it from and all that, but like I mean the thing is just what I want to point out is it's just generally better side, and I think like the moment people actually switch, it's like it gets better and also just healthier, I'd say, because like Twitter right now is just like actually actively trying to get right wingers and Elon into my mentions, and I'm like, the fuck. This
Yeah,
just,
I mean, so like I don't know if you noticed the recent stuff on Twitter, like today stuff. But Elon got embarrassed by community notes and actively
again.
okay. That's just like again.
actively hurt community notes, which is like.
Oh,
one
was
of
this
good
the
things going for
astronaut
it.
thing?
Yes, this is the astronaut.
What?
Oh, that. Okay.
You know what? I just tuned out there.
He used the R word to refer to when referring to to the astronaut who I think is currently the commander of the ISS.
Basically, this guy's a very smart cookie, and he literally went to space. He is the last person you want to argue with
Elon
about being an
got
astronaut is
pissed
him.
off. He got pissed off about the whole stuff regarding like people talking about SpaceX, and basically said SpaceX is the best ever. What? And he's trying. I think it was in regards to defunding NASA, and basically he said that he made a claim with no proof or evidence at all that the what do you call them? That the Boeing crew was left on the space station for political reasons, even though that he had promised to take them home. And I do recall Elon like publicly asking, "Hey,
That's weird.
publicly saying like, I'll do this. I'll take them
What?
home." When the U.S. government
hello.
was basically like,
Yeah, Sepp isn't paying attention, I know. It's weird.
What?
Like, Austria is accepting the peace.
I am.
But
I
yeah,
think
but
the US,
the US has no war goal. Yeah, but the US has no war goal.
Well, I'm actually
They
landing on
are
Austria.
they're subject of the war goal of humiliate United States, and so they don't like.
No, but we
they don't
haven't
like,
selected that one. We haven't selected that one. For the,
I know, but they don't like that you are getting banned slavery. They don't
More
like.
cheating
Oh.
required.
Okay.
What?
Well, like I said, I am landing on
Hey,
Croatia, and
hey,
I'm actually
stop.
going through. So.
Let her talk.
Ruben wanted to say something. He got.
Is more cheating required?
Yeah, he asked that, and I responded to that.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
is no. Yeah.
Probably not.
But anyways, the thing about Elon is just basically like
He's a little
so
bitch.
He'd offered, and the U.S. had basically made the decision. You know what? We'll just pay to keep these guys up here and do work up in the space station, and then just take them back with the next shuttle instead of spending like $200 million to send an emergency shuttle up to take them home. Which is the U.S. decided, oh, you know what? We're just going to go with the reasonable option. They're not trapped up there. They've got supplies. They've got work to do and things to do. It's just that their mission got extended.
Okay, I landed. Like the U.S. has still failed to land, and I succeeded.
Lol. Oh well.
Yep.
Yeah, they should smooth things over. Hopefully.
Yay, my economy's the 16th biggest in the world. Even though I've got fuck all tech.
But yeah, basically the AI does, even if it's something that you all want, they don't want to have, they don't like it when war goals are enacted upon
I mean, it makes
their
sense.
side if it's not directly involved in them.
Do you need to get to ban slavery in again?
No.
Okay.
I'm putting my own out because I'm still in the power block and stuff. It's fine.
Okay. Okay.
I don't just want to end the war sooner, so I just get banned slavery in Egypt because
Okay. Good.
Lena needs it more than me.
Okay.
Yeah, we do kind of need to get out of this war soon. Yeah, we're it's going.
Tunis might be a problem, but yeah.
Not,
Oh, well.
Well, they're independent the whole time.
Oh well.
At
But
the very
yeah.
least, the Austrian war support is ticking down.
Yeah. It's still shit that you can't tell the US, oh, it's fine. That's relatively easy to implement.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because now I have the problem that my balance is ass and I can't do anything against it. Because the market took way too long to adapt and everything. Like, as a small country, you're kinda fucked then.
I've nearly bottomed out my credit limit.
Yeah, I'm going into credit, which is already bad enough as a small country.
I was climbing my way out of it before the war. But
Yeah, I've been like, even without the war, I've been fighting off, trying to like solve my debt issue.
okay, there are 163 Americans on the front now. They're
Austria is
finally-
getting freedom.
Yeah, that at least should be.
We're going in for the oil is what's happening.
Austria. Österreich.
We heard that
That's
people
not a
were
bad
lined up in
one.
the region, so we just decided, oh yeah, let's join. Oh, it's not that kind of oil? Oh well.
But there is fish oil.
Yeah, we can put it in our supplementals.
Mm-hmm.
Would you guys classify Elon Musk as the Liz Truss of the American government?
No. He's worse.
No, he's not government.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's not government. He
As
just.
I said, the Liz Truss of America.
Liz Truss was actually a politician.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Yeah, but she. They're both doing very. They're both rushing to do their sort of stuff.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Ruben.
Very reckless manner.
Liz Truss had actually governmental and political power on a somewhat legal basis. We can talk long and far over if this was actually,
Well, not really. Well, yes, but no.
It was no. The thing is, her party was elected, and they just they can just swap
They
out who's
elected her.
taking. Yeah, that's the thing. They
Here's
at this
the
point
thing
they
with
just.
Elon
She
was
was in
not
politics
elected.
before. Yeah,
And
she
he
was in
hasn't
politics
been-
before.
He's not been in politics. He's not been elected. He has not even been selected, been confirmed as a member of the administration.
He's
He
just
is an
there.
outsider. He is officially an outsider to the government who is doing insider things. He is not supposed to be where he is.
Yeah.
This, like, from a core standpoint, what he is doing is profoundly illegal, profoundly anti-constitutional. It is terrible. Even if I were to accept Donald Trump as president, which I have to because he was legally elected, I cannot accept Elon.
Yeah.
Elon is completely in the wrong place. He is somewhere he has no business being. And this is one of the things that sorry if I'm getting a little intense.
No, it's
I'm
fine.
pissed off about this.
Oh yeah.
No, you're very justifiably.
Yeah. Go off.
I'm more pissed off about this than I am about Trump being elected. Trump being elected,
Well,
it
the American
sucked.
people chose.
Terrible.
It sucked, but people chose.
Yes,
People have the
people
choice.
chose. The election happened, and from my understanding, it was a fair election.
Yeah, that's the thing with elections.
Elon
Like,
had zero business.
like here's the thing. The thing is like, I know. Here's the thing. I know we can talk a long time about how the Democrats fucked up the election, but also in the end, there is a system in play. There was a system in place. People agreed this is the system, and a lot, didn't vote or voted differently, and are like, wait, I didn't want that. There was an election, There's a reason to, participate in that. That's like the thing. Every democracy has to kind of, at least do some base rules on how their things work out. You can criticize the American election system in a lot of ways, completely fair game, but still, there is a set of rules, so, legally, it's correct. But yeah. Liz Truss
For the
was,
most part,
Liz
the
Truss was
election
legally...
fairly-
Then perhaps I can rephrase it. It's the same similar sort of approach and output in terms of that.
No. Here's the thing. Liz Truss was disliked.
No?
Liz Truss did, Liz Truss did a few very stupid things that were even unpopular in her own party, and she was ousted in mere weeks. The thing is, Elon is not out. I think this is probably the key part. Yes, Liz Truss did things also because her donors are very rich and she wanted to please them, but also she was just like, she was stupid, but she really thought she's doing something, good. Elon is a little shithead that wants to destroy things. Yeah. Actually, he should be in jail for that, by the way. Just, period. He should be in jail.
I mean, Trump should as well, but that's a different story.
I mean, especially with this whole thing, like the fact that he's not ousted yet. I mean, imagine anyone. Like, here's the thing. Liz Truss was in the Tories. And was actually part of the government before. Did governmental jobs. And, like, here's the thing. You can dislike Liz Truss. But there was, she was elected by someone. She had a
Yeah,
job.
but the point was now that they did similar things, not that they were elected.
They're just, I wouldn't say they're doing even similar things. They're just unpopular.
Yeah.
But also, the thing is, Liz Truss was literally just unpopular, and her things would have done, would have made things worse. Elon is just actively harmful and is illegal. So, yeah, that's what I want to say. I wouldn't compare the two. Only on the basis that they're unpopular.
Okay.
Also,
Kent?
some people don't want to talk about it, but Elon just got a whole bunch of contracts. Government contracts, so yeah.
Oh, Oh, you mean he uses he uses government contracts because his whole business that runs on pure government contracts. So he uses influence to get more government contracts, and meanwhile dismantle literally all the agencies that have investigations or lawsuits into his companies. How shocking that is!
By the way, I haven't even mentioned the bombshell, which has been casually talked about in the news for the last couple days. If I remember the position correctly, I'm pretty sure he's the DOJ head. So the head of our Department of Justice effectively admitted on live TV to bribery and corruption towards Eric Adams, who is the mayor of New York, who's under. If you don't know,
that's been admitted. Already.
Basically, he's been under trial in New York State court for corruption and some other things. So he's facing criminal charges. Yeah, bribery. He's facing criminal charges, and the Trump administration is offering up legal support to him in state court because they can't really do too much themselves. Like, they can't just throw it out because it's state court, not federal court. And so they're basically offering up to Eric Adams' support in exchange for Eric Adams supporting ICE and doing other stuff in New York. And they went on live TV and basically effectively said everything that admits to a whole bunch of illegal shit. So yeah, that's what's going on there. Not to mention that Eric Adams was a Republican, was like a tool for Republicans to say, "Oh, look at the corrupt Democratic Party, the corrupt New York. Look at what they're doing with Eric Adams, and they're protecting Adams, and so on." Is like, and now they're protecting Adams themselves.
I mean,
there's a bunch of bull.
It's just.
I don't suppose anyone can take on 16 million debt.
You're the strongest here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe ask the British or French or.
How much?
Oh, the French hate me. The British also are domineering toward me.
Yeah.
Russia's cautious, but they're trying.
Yeah, it's like it's just America's such a shit show.
Well, let's see if Germany will turn into a shit show.
IFT are not going to get into government.
Probably. I mean, here's the thing. I'm generally not trusting the polls that much anyway because they were generally off by a good percentage in recent times.
Modern pollsters in all countries, I think, especially the U.S., don't know how to conduct polls anymore.
Yeah, it's just
polls are pretty nowadays.
And also, the thing is, what I feel is the biggest part about that, since the whole incident, there's been, how's it called? Protests across Germany, basically 24/7 every week, with hundreds of thousands of people across Germany. It just keeps going. And so yeah, I don't it is so here's the thing. In the last
it's
weeks,
hard to get the vibe.
Here's the thing. While I'm while I generally am saying polling is generally off to a degree, one of the key things I want to point out is that despite this, the Die Linke actually rose above the 5% mark in polling.
Oh god.
Which is, here's the thing, I have my problems with that party. But
Especially the Ukraine.
The whole, mainly their stance on Ukraine, which I think is just, at best, very fucking naive. I don't think they are because the Putin bootlickers went to the Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht, which seems to not get into the Bundestag. Which is good. Which would be very funny. But yeah, I think the rest is just very naive at this point, but they're not right-wingers, and they're still pro-democracy. It's just, again, even now people are like, wait, why do they start getting, percentages in the polls, and like, the tone is shifting in the country, and a lot of people are not currently acknowledging that, and I don't know if I don't know how it will impact the end, but like, again, constant demonstrations every single week, and the biggest problem we had over the last, the biggest problems we always have with elections, similar to basically every other country right now, is participation. And we do not know how many, previous non-voters could be actually, not activated, but like encouraged to actually vote this time due to that. That's the thing. And that would, and by the way, this is actually kind of important because, again, this still goes by percentage. So if like a lot of non-voters decide to, vote Die Linke, this will still shift the percentages of the other parties. So yeah, I will say, I think it is a lot more unclear. I mean, I generally would say, we probably will get some kind of coalition between either the, Union as, CDU and SPD, or CDU and maybe Green, maybe, but the Greens are very much on the counter course right now, so probably not. But yeah, I think it is more open than people expect. So yeah, we have to wait and see on Sunday. I just have to be honest, I'm nervous, but also like, let's just be really, it's gonna be 4 years of CDU to a degree, and even the CDU currently has... What?
More interesting times.
Let me just...
Here is tired of interesting times, or why can't we just have boring times? Like, what would be the 1990s?
Ruben, the CDU is more boring than you expect it to be. Even with what Matt's pulled. This just kind of meant that, the inside of the party is currently much more infighting, because basically Angela Merkel stood up and was like, hey, and now her side of the party, because they kind of have like two camps, is way more on the confrontational course, and also they are also okay. The thing with German electoral politics is that you have you have the general list of people who get into the who get into the Bundestag. That's just what the party has, and this is, the general votes you get, like the first vote. The second vote are direct mandates. So they're going to a specific person or persons in your, because every district has their own specific people that they can vote into the Bundestag with that. It's a bit more complicated now because they had to reduce it because, the Bundestag was just getting so gigantic, they literally didn't have space anymore, so they had to reduce that. But the key thing here is, most people that get direct mandates are Merkel camp. So, yeah, and the CDU very much relies on them, because there are regions where the direct mandates go to CDU, but the first votes go to the SPD, for example. Just pointing that out. There is a lot more going on behind the scenes, but like...
You know what's funny? You can upgrade stuff to skirmish, which I think I accidentally did in the War of Austria, which led to the whole uprising and thing. But you can't downgrade them to line infantry anymore because they're too different.
Huh.
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
Yeah. That's the thing where I would say you should have something with how's it called? Something like with weapon complexity training, and also just that you select weapons. Yeah. But
I'd say that there's two aspects to this. One, they probably don't want you untraining troops, and two, it would be a bit. It wouldn't make sense with the current systems for the players. Like, it would make too much sense for the players to basically go off of skirmish during peacetime, and then
Yeah.
when it's time for war, you go back on to skirmish.
Yeah, fair point.
That's fair, but it leads to the obvious problem that if you accidentally go to skirmish, you're fucked.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I wanted to upgrade my troops, so I clicked upgrade all, because I had enough for line infantry, but pretty much at the same tick, I unlocked skirmish.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's an edge case. It's an edge
Yeah.
case, but it's,
Oh, but yeah. So like, I would say even with the CU, like a bunch of stuff just probably like. Here's the thing: the CU will probably also just keep a lot of stuff the previous government introduced just running, because they were some of that stuff was their plan anyway, and they will not, they won't benefit if they cut that shit. Because there's also just stuff they even help bring through. Like, for example, right now, Volker Wissing basically put out like a gigantic fuck-ass plan to completely overhaul our railway system in record time. I think we talked about that. The first one was, the Riedbahn, which was like the pilot project of close it down for 5 months, completely overhaul the thing, the most congested and used one, and then reopen and see how fast that went. They were completely on time. The money was not much bigger than it was impacted, and now they're just like, okay, let's do that with more core lines and upgrade that, and also some other old high-speed railway lines. They want to they want to see if they can upgrade them to from 200, because we have a bunch of high-speed railway lines that were built for the original ICEs that only go to 250 kilometers per hour. This is, by the way, why the ICE 4 is only has a max speed of 250 kilometers per hour. Which, by the way, a lot of people who criticize that forget the fact that you can retrofit them to have higher speeds, but most railway lines don't have those speeds. That they can maybe retrofit it to be used on, go over 350 kilometers per hour, which in some of the cases that works. It's just there are other problems, you have to deal with, because one of the best examples is, for example, if you look at the railway line between Mannheim and Stuttgart, that was one of the first high-speed railway lines we built, that they are looking currently at to, can you upgrade that? One of the reasons why it's still limited is, for example, that there are shared tunnels. Yeah, that's actually a problem. I think I believe no one really thinks about that, right? If you want to have like really high speed rail, like above 300 kilometers per hour, you have to actually separate the tunnels, because 350 kilometers per hour, no matter how well designed your train is, will create a lot of air pressure. And if two fast trains meet inside of a tunnel that isn't separated,
bad things happen.
yeah. So they tested stuff, because also the line is shared with cargo rail, for example. And by the way, this is one of the lines where it runs just very smoothly, because it's one of the modern lines with where things can move out of the way, etc., etc. So it's not really a bigger problem, but still. So they try to see if they can upgrade that actually. But yeah, that is one of the problems. And here's the thing: 250 kilometers per hour is fine for like a lot of railways, and I would say we should actually look at maybe upgrading some old railways. But
what do you do with Tunis? Oh, they already have a defensive pact. Yeah.
that's not good.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
We freed them, remember?
It probably happened
Oh.
during the war. Or
Yeah.
after the war.
Yeah.
Probably right there.
Yeah.
We
sure.
wanted to, but like the whole stream is talking not about the game much. So
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
that's most
I
of this time.
don't know. I don't know if you decline to attack because you've got the alliance with the U.S.
yeah, even they have a defensive pact. They would land on me.
But yeah, just in general, like for example, that part, they won't cancel that. And that's like one of the major things that just has to be done. So,
Worst part is, like, because of the uprising, my whole incorporating is back to 20 years. Which is also a thing they should change at that point. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It doesn't make much sense.
Yeah.
Like, if I need that long to incorporate stuff, then a revolution shouldn't be a country, because they for sure can't incorporate.
Not a hard reset, but like a decay reset.
Yeah, that's
If you stop integrating, that it decays down.
Yeah.
For any reason, like if you lose control during the uprising.
yeah.
That way you do lose progress, but you don't lose everything, and you can build it back. I mean, it would make sense. If there is an uprising, you will lose progress on integrating them into the nation.
You know, it's
But
kind of
you don't
funny. It's kind of funny how a lot of the answers to how can you solve that, how can you solve this better in Wiki 3, and the answer is usually decaying.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of decaying, I declared bankruptcy, but I'm still losing money.
Ouch. I actually bounced back thanks to declaring bankruptcy. I'm doing well right now.
You should probably look at your bureaucracy and trade routes and see if you can change it.
Tons of bureaucracy, yeah. I've tons of bureaucracy. I should get some more trade routes. But there weren't a lot of very profitable trade routes, sadly.
Yeah, but also check your trade routes. Like if you inherited something by conquering countries.
No, my trade routes currently are all mine, and I regularly trim the ones that are losing money.
Well, then you probably built yourself a bit into a corner.
You
Yeah.
might need to back off construction.
It's the thing, like before I was before the war, I was still in debt, but I was making money climbing my way out of debt. So I was my economy was doing.
Yeah.
But as an unrecognized regional power, you should never be in debt in the first place. Like ever.
Ever. It's
Very
bad.
risky to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was in debt for a while, but I was in a safe enough position that I was able to like destroy my military wages among other things and retool my my economics to manage it. But
Yeah. Like, I sadly am kind of fucked because I'm on laissez-faire.
Ow.
So I can't reduce in size, since with the whole uprising I lost lots of money. But I think I will be able to build myself out of it very barely.
Question though, since it is a bit late, Ruben, you usually want to go to bed around now?
Give it half an hour.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, sure. Don't worry.
We're just asking that we do not forget your sleep rhythm
Yes.
and do not disturb it.
And also the question is, do you want to do something else after that?
Huh? No.
Oh yeah, right, you didn't want to. This was more like,
No.
Okay.
You also want to sleep rhythm.
Okay. Yes.
We talked about that.
I did
No.
agree to it.
Well,
Stop saying just no.
no.
Stop it.
No.
Stop it.
No.
Stop it.
No.
Please.
No.
Oh.
I was going to offer some casual bug diving in the spore zone, but
I know.
I mean,
But-
yeah, there's spores on now. The
I
spores.
know.
Yes, I know, but Agonia doesn't want to, so I have.
you want to hear my experience in it?
Sure.
It's pretty fun. The bugs blow up.
Oh.
You're not dealing with the predator strain. I don't think you're dealing with the predator strains. At least I haven't seen any invisible hunters. Not that I'd see them. But I haven't gone into the higher difficulties. I've just been kind of chilling at like 4 and 5 difficulty level, just as a way to wind down for the day. But from what I've heard, there's a whole and I guess I've seen this as well. The number of heavy enemies is a lot more.
Ouch.
Yeah, so I think they were saying it's like almost double the amount of heavy enemies. There are a bunch of new strategies that are fun to do. One that I've been doing solo is taking the Tesla tower, the incineration grenade, the incinerator mines, and then the flamethrower and.
So a lot of fire.
Pack. Yes, but I have seen that the Tesla tower is really good at dealing with these bugs.
Weird stuff I noticed right now. I fought for my independence, right?
Yeah.
So not being a puppet. But I'm also out of the power block. Even though the war goal doesn't
Yeah.
include that.
No, when you get independence, you're out.
Yeah, but the war
Yeah,
goal
it-
itself
it-
doesn't
it-
say
it-
independence from the power block as well. It just says you lose your puppet status.
Yeah.
So what happened is that it's more so behind the scenes. Basically, you get rid of all the leverage that they have on you, which means that you aren't in the power block anymore. Now, I think if you gained in, so I think if you joined naturally, and then, for example, they subjugated you as like a sovereign nation would do, and you gained independence through war, I think you might stay in the power block at that point, but I'm not too familiar with that specific part of the mechanics.
Shouldn't change
I
the
do a lot of,
thing because
I've
independence.
done a lot of.
Like, I joined voluntarily the power block by becoming a subject from them to get
Yes.
safe from the French. But independence doesn't say anything about it changing sways or anything.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that it's an indirect change for that thing, but the key thing here is that you join the power block not through leverage but through your status as a subject, and once you lost the status of the subject, you were no longer there was nothing keeping you in the power block.
Even then, that should be pretty slow comparatively.
Probably there's probably they probably should look at that, but it's not.
Yeah.
Or at least
do
mention it in
feel
the
like it's not a.
mention it in a tooltip or something, because that's not what independence does technically.
Yeah, I
Like,
it's not an edge case, but it's also, I think, probably not something that's a priority.
probably not, but those are the things that will fuck you over kind of, because you can't really plan around it if you don't know.
Yeah.
And the game doesn't even tell you to maybe consider. Like, if that's a thing that can
Yeah,
happen,
this is a
they
paradox
should kind
problem
of,
with their skill sets.
yeah, they should kind of just add to the tooltip what will be your leverage, because that's important.
Yeah, it's I think that this is also partly a thing with Paradox DLCs, where it's just like, oh yeah, this mechanic happens, and we don't think through all the tooltips on it.
I mean, yeah, at least for the newer ones. I don't know of all the old ones, but at least in Crusader Kings 2, when I played it, I didn't have problems like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Well, Crusader Kings 2 has had a long time to develop and make sure that things are clear.
Well-
and also, I'd say that there's probably an aspect to it where it's just simply just a different era of development at PDX.
Yeah, I'm just saying that they could do it. Like, we both started playing Crusader Kings not that long after the first DLCs came out.
Yeah, true. By the way, just going to be back in a second.
But yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and I agree. It should probably change and be a bit more clear about everything that happens. But they probably hadn't considered that like you may want to declare independence but still remain part of the power block. And even if they had in it, it's possible also that they had considered it, but thought that, oh, if you're declaring independence, why do you want to stay in the same power block? Don't you want to? Isn't the rational move to become independent and form your own power block? because that's what the system is for.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily,
Same
but but the only thing I want is just that the tooltip tells me that how likely it is that I go out of the power block. That's all I need in the end.
Yeah, I get that.
And then this is probably my last chance at enacting banned slavery.
I hope it goes through.
Yep.
I mean, I can't even... My problem is I can't even start to... I can't even start to move to legacy slavery. Because no one relevant is... like, I can't... Like, if I even try to put the intelligentsia in government, I'm instantly illegitimate.
Yeah, my old ruler died, and my new one is 19 years old, and he's a slaver with the landowners, and so my government was just the armed forces, but I had zero legitimacy, so I had to put the landowners in, and I don't think I'm gonna get rid of. I'm currently elected on something else. I might be able to get legacy slavery, but I'm trying to get on interventionism right now. Once that goes through,
my problem is just that my ruler is a slaver. My landowner's head of faction is a slaver, and my heir is a slaver.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of screwed in that regard. And I don't have anyone that is anti-slavery. Not to mention that I also lost my Corn Laws character in the very beginning.
Yeah, I remember that. Perfect game, no bugs.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a bug that seemed to be happening since a while, right?
I don't know. I feel like this is my first time seeing this bug, or at the very least, it's the first time I've ever noticed that this is a bug. Where they just you get an agitator, and they start outside of your country, and you can't invite them in.
Well, I saw it a few times, but it was introduced roughly around the time when we started playing again.
I just wish my industrialists would stop being marginalized. Then I could actually do something politically. Well, also just intelligentsia, do something, please. That said, maybe I am kind of at fault because I've been hoping that I not spread academia, but I've gone through 7 society texts without getting academia. So yeah, it's kind of... And I also haven't had the opportunity to go for it either because I've been so focused on trying to have a reasonable economy. And I'm finally at the point where I can have construction sectors and let them do their thing. Although I can't act I am running them at a loss, but I have the gold reserves to do so. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm just going to build until gold reserves are kind of low, stop building, and let the private sector do stuff, like that kind of thing. Just because at this point I need the private sector to grow. I need to have financial districts, which I haven't had until now.
My financial districts haven't built anything in a while. And I don't have...
I'm so close to rail. I'm so
nice.
close to trains.
Oh wow, Sokoto is there before Ethiopia.
My private construction queue is building a train.
Oh god. Oh well.
also it's like I have like pretty big buy order for steel, but my steel thingy is just like not really hiring much. I have a university there though.
Well. Oh well.
The only thing I
That
can,
actually reminds me I can switch over to steel.
yeah, if you can,
Actually using it.
yeah, if you can do it. Finally, the Cracker Tower, and
Oh, the journal for that is over.
yeah, I don't spend money anymore on that. That's good.
Nice.
Nice, yeah.
Oh yeah, by the way. Apparently an ex-KGB chef now opened up that Trump was a KGB plant in the 80s, was recruited by them. I like, listen, here's the thing. This could be made up. But at this point I'm not even, like...
I would presume if he was, he was more like a useful idiot.
You know what? Here's the thing.
Yeah, I
Probably, but like...
I'd hesitate to believe anything that any KGB agent admits to.
Yep.
Yeah. But I mean, also turns out, you know that that KGB agent that there was like a big KGB agent that was actually executed, because he kind of built a spy ring in the USA. So turns out his fucking grandson works for Doge. Yeah.
Of course.
Am I surprised? No, at this point, no. Like, here's the thing.
That's the thing you expected in the Cold War.
Here's the thing. What I expect is probably that the KGB probably recruited Trump because he was an idiot, but also probably not because they wanted to get him to be president or something. Just because
Well, he destabilized the USA pretty well.
I mean, he was a rich idiot guy and gave them access to
other
the
thing
rich
is
people.
that They could just be very loosely using the word of recruit.
Yeah, of course.
What I would say is probably he was probably intended as just a line into the rich sphere of Americans because he was kind of an idiot.
He has contacts.
Yeah, he has contact. He has contacts, but he was stupid. So you recruit him for that. I would say Putin probably really thought hey, maybe I can actually use that idiot to push something, because I think that's changed with
I would
Putin.
say that the whole of Russia is essentially just a state running off of the remnants of the KGB.
Yeah, to a big
It's
degree.
not really. It's because Putin is ex-KGB.
Yeah.
And so my best guess is that he probably has connections, and he probably knew that. And so this is the thing where it could be a mistranslation, either intentional or unintentional. Where I wouldn't be surprised if it was more so that Trump was not an agent, not a
a contact,
agent,
yeah,
or like maybe less so than a contact, but like a tool that they use without him understanding what's going on.
I totally think
Because
that was the.
I don't think he was aware. It's kind of like how you consider someone who's in no way directly connected to you an asset.
Yeah, I would definitely say he probably was he was probably not recruited in that sense, but Putin definitely used the contacts to just he's probably also not guided by anything, but it was probably more of in a case of hey, we have this idiot, we can push him with propaganda, he will destabilize shit. So that was probably more the idea. Just have an idiot in power, that's it. So, yeah. I think that was probably more the reason what happened. Not, he's working directly for Putin, but probably there were contact lines between them before that. So, I can totally see that. But I mean, that's one of the things what I will keep saying. What I think a lot of leftists have not realized yet. Looping back to the beginning of the stream, where I said imperialism is back, but also one part they have not realized is anti-war presentation, anti-war aesthetics are mainly used by the global right/fascists nowadays. That's their big thing. And they're kind of amping...
Yeah,
they're amping...
It's always a special military operation. It's always it's always like an external deployment.
Yeah, not only that, they're like... A lot of them are like, oh, we need to go out of treaties. We should stop war. We should, stuff like the armament and stuff. And you're like, it's weird because it is very. Like, here's the thing: the big difference is leftists and the anti-war movement protested, NATO and such because there were legitimate criticisms, and there was this idea of, if generally everyone, disarmed, we would live in a safer world. And I do get that. I totally agree with that. The problem is just the moment what they still cling to that without realizing the right is using that exact language because they want NATO gone. Because right now NATO is the biggest thorn in their side. There's a lot of critique about NATO, don't get me wrong. But there's a reason this military NATO is specifically attacked, because the thing is, NATO is the reason why Ukraine hasn't fallen yet. NATO is the reason why there is not a new Korean War, or there is no invasion of Taiwan, because a lot of those countries do not want to risk that.
Well, theoretically,
And
with Taiwan,
it would still be
Taiwan,
horrible, like, don't get me wrong, but
not NATO, but the Pacific Treaty is the main
yeah, but like the thing is,
but that NATO is more subsidiary to that, but it is a big one.
yeah, the thing is more like, what I want to point out is they want to weaken that because the moment, basically Europe and America splinters, they have way easier reign. Just
I'm
period.
Gonna quote, well, I don't actually have the quote specifically, but I'll paraphrase it a bit. But Ronald Reagan.
Reagan,
It's
goddamn it.
better for us. Yeah, it's better for us to. It's better to be involved in European affairs than to not and lose our democracy.
Fair.
I mean,
Reagan said that. Not word for word, but that's essentially what he said.
yeah,
He
and I
said
mean
that
also,
no matter how much we want to be separate from European affairs, if we do, we threaten our own democracy.
Lena, you want to say something?
I think the Ottomans just made me independent.
Oh,
Yeah, they lost their thing, their journal entry.
Yeah, if
Ah.
they lose their
Oh.
journal entry, all of their subjects become independent. So
Huh.
Serbia, Wallachia, and by effect, you.
neat.
Well,
But yeah.
now, I need to redo all my trade routes now.
But yeah, but that's just the thing. That's why we see like a lot of that, anti, war quote unquote peace talk from right wingers, because they literally want to dismantle the one alliance that is really a stopping block for the modern imperialist project. Just that, and like I know, there's a lot of like
That's funny.
I
After they deranked the Ottomans, I declared a rival against them, and the anti-Ottoman lobby disbanded.
okay, that's a weird type of interaction.
They probably disbanded because they deranked.
Yeah, probably. But
They deranked. Then I declared.
rivalry, and then it disbanded. So it probably was
take
both.
play.
Yeah,
Maybe.
but yeah, the thing is just, I would generally say that Europe should probably make a more concerned effort of having their own alliance and maybe own combined military, totally. But also like, I feel like a lot of people really really think NATO is just a tool for America and not also something that keeps America in check to a degree, because like here's the thing. imagine if, America was not in NATO and Trump got into power. The whole military right now is like, do you really want to fucking attack one of our alliance members, you fucking idiot?
Oh,
Like-
I know people who were in the Marines who would never in their life attack a Canadian.
Yeah, that's the thing. Right now, the thing is, because the
These are
USA...
brothers in arms.
Yeah, basically.
Like, they... Yeah.
Like, the thing is, I would totally agree that Europe has to become more militarily independent and stronger, but again, being in an alliance anyway also keeps the other one in check. Like, there's a reason Turkey and Greece is in NATO. Remember how they fought? They had wars. Remember how that stopped? Because they were basically like, hey, do you want to join this fancy military part? They're like, sure, that's actually an upside for both of us. Like, and now you have to stop fighting. And they did. I mean, okay, they're still kind of hostile to some stuff, but it got
They
better.
have spats and arguments, but they don't overtly attack each other.
Yeah, like, that shit stopped. And, like, again, there's a lot to critique, and, like, there's a lot that should be worked on with NATO. No questions about that. But having the Americans in there, and not isolated militarily, is the better choice. Because, again, right now, everyone who's in the American military probably met other, people from, other NATO countries, because they constantly exchange. So if someone goes and it's like, we need to do imperialism on our own, and and be like, oh, let's go to those NATO countries up north, they're all like, the fuck are you talking about? If America was more isolated, a lot more of the military would be actually gung-ho on imperialism easier. That's just easier to feed. That's the reason why, Russia still needed like a whole decade on priming the whole populace with like absolute batshit insane propaganda. Don't get me wrong. This isn't a thing to switch on time, but like, the more isolated your country is in a lot of ways, the more you are the easier you are actually able to seed, imperialist thought, because, you're isolated. You don't really... It's just you. It's not you and the others. So yeah, we should definitely keep more alliances around. It's just what I'm saying. And also, yeah, the whole dismantling NATO is a key focus of the global right now, because NATO is a problem for them. It just is. Like, yeah. Like, I mean, dealing with France and Britain on their own, I mean, it's still gonna be hard. Look at Argentina. They lost badly. But still, both? No. Yeah. And yeah, let's not forget that there are certain groups that have a specific grudge against NATO because, hello Serbia, yeah, we haven't forgotten that you were stopped with your little genocide.
Fair.
Yeah. Again, there's a lot of stuff to critique how it went down. Like, always. Wars are hell and wars are messy. And you always have to sit down and actually analyze what happened and take consequences from that. But the Serbs are to this day pissed that their little genocide was stopped. I say little genocide because, like, it was still a fucking genocide. I think people really forget that happened, right? It's like, the fuck?
I mean, I think a lot of it is the timing of the things, and also the fact that NATO didn't really do a lot of good things in that either.
Yeah.
Not to say
It
that
was, yeah.
Serbia was in the right.
Yeah, like, no, Serbia was completely in the wrong, and also I would say NATO didn't handle things really well, but also there is a fact, Russia blocked any involvement, even though a lot of the UN was like, hey, we should maybe do something about this, until, they shot down an Italian plane and killed Italian soldiers, and then they, were like, fuck it. We can. Let's just do it. And, the genocide war stopped pretty fast. But yeah, also, NATO didn't just attack out of the blue. The Serbs literally shot down a plane with Italian soldiers on it.
Yeah.
That happened.
Yep.
But, by the way, Italian soldiers who were sent by the fucking Vatican, so, like... just point that out.
Also, it does also... There's also like a timing aspect to it, too. Where a lot of this occurred when... Basically, the...
You're robotic.
Down in 30... Oh, sorry. A lot of this happened when the population that's currently in its like 30s and 40s were growing.
Yeah, I know.
And so there's some like childhood. Oh, I let this happen. But it didn't. It was separate from me growing up, so you don't really have a good understanding of the situation.
Yeah.
And people just didn't really learn too much about it because it's a bit of an embarrassing thing for the West.
I mean, first of all, that, but also it was just it was relatively quick. Let's just be real here. Also, again, if anyone is like, "Oh, NATO just joined," no. The Pope literally went and said, "Hey, we want to get civilians out of that area." The Serbs said, "Okay," and then the Pope said, "Listen, we're sending this Italian military plane. There are Italian soldiers on it. If anything happens to them, this will be counted as an attack on Italy, aka an attack on NATO." So the Serbs knew about it, and they still shot down the plane with civilians.
Yeah, I thought it was soldiers.
No, they were escorting. The soldiers landed, gathered the civilians on the plane, and then the Serbs shot down the plane with civilians and soldiers on them.
Ah.
Because obviously they did, because they wanted to kill civilians, and they were like, no, maybe we can just do that and just maybe, the Italians won't do things. Can we just...
Serbia always is stirring up shit, aren't they?
Yeah, but like...
Okay, I think foreign laws is kind of like really screwing me over because I keep getting the events for increasing the political power of aristocrats, and it's impossible to end the journal entry.
Yeah. But then again, can I say...
Shit, yeah.
Yeah, that's shit. Can I say one thing? It's kind of funny to think about the fact that Serbia was warned, but literally decided to kill soldiers on a quite literal holy mission from the Pope, and then we're like, Pikachu face, this has consequences. Like, no shit, this had consequences.
Yeah, I guess.
Anyway, it's not funny because people died. But it is also kind of funny because it was kind of an arrogant move.
So I suppose you could say you find the irony or the
I have a sense for
stupidity of morbidity funny.
It is, the macabreness, the morbidity of it is hilarious. I think you can say it like that. But yeah. God, we really went into the hard political stuff again. Ooh. By the way, if you all disagree with stuff I say, just eat it out. I'm here. I'm here to get criticism.
I mean, I agree with everything you were saying just now, and also I'm a little tired.
Ah, okay.
I think a lot of us are kind of tired.
Yeah, but also like I said, I just agree with you. Like if I disagree, then I will get more vocal. Like with the thing about the gunpowder thing earlier, or like last time about Civ 7. Like I will speak up and get more intense.
Yeah. It's just I just hope it kind of works out in the end. I mean, you know what? Is Syria still stable? Syria seems actually very stable.
Yeah-ish. Yeah.
I think there's still a lot to be seen with that.
Yeah, fair.
It's unclear. I think it's going to be a struggle to say whether it's stable or not until we see how they are in, say, a year.
Yeah, fair point. Right now, it just at least doesn't look that bad. It's... hopeful, I would say.
Yeah, it looked like it's trending in the right in a good direction, in a stable direction.
Yeah.
But
We don't know what could...
again, like,
It could just happen.
Yeah,
A lot could
definitely.
happen. I just really hope, actually they get the support they need and it's gonna turn out well. But yeah. Otherwise, again, I'm just sitting here and hope... You know what? I kind of hope just that Canada might actually join the EU because for one reason. More contests in the Eurovision Song Contest. It's gonna be fun. Actually,
you have Australia in Eurovision. Why does Canada need to join the EU?
I
I
mean,
guess to replace Israel.
I mean, we can both. You know what? On that note, here's the thing: Australia into EU when? Come.
When America ends up fucking them over.
I mean, basically, Australia and Canada are basically European colonies anyway. Still, just not by name anymore. So
Part of the Commonwealth.
yeah. I mean, hey, on that note, I think the biggest gesture we can actually hand over to Syria if they stay stable and we help them. Let's invite them to the Eurovision Song Contest. Their neighbors are in, so why don't they? Honestly, I think the Syrians. It would actually that would not be that bad if you think about it. Like, that's probably the irony about the fact that the Eurovision Song Contest is kind of a also kind of a show of solidarity to other between countries, and including Syria would probably help them a lot. I mean, okay, a lot of Syrians are.
We sort of wrap it up a little bit.
Oh yeah. I wanted to make a joke about how there are a lot of Syrians anyway in Europe and especially Germany. So.
Reminds me.
Lots of good falafel. More falafel.
Yes. I mean, there are a lot of doctors. So.
Yeah, reminds me like I think last week we for some reason looked up family names. And then we found like the most common family names in Bavaria.
No. The thing is, I looked up Bavarian family names for. I don't know why it was anymore, but I actually came a list about top 20 family names in Munich and surrounding areas. Number 12, Nguyen. So first of all, we have a lot of Vietnamese people in Germany. Second of all, god damn it, Nguyen is really a popular family name.
That's pronounced Win.
Win?
Nguyen.
Win. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
This was probably ingrained in my mind because one of the Vietnamese families live in our village. They probably all mispronounce it, so sorry. Win.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I had to learn it at some point too. So.
Yeah, but hey, guess the family name of the other family living in my village.
Stachos?
No, fucking Tran. Because that's the second one. Okay, actually I went to the dentist. We went to the dentist yesterday, and guess the family name of one of the assistants working there. In the same house lives Nguyen. So it's really those two names.
I like it.
I don't hate on it. It's just funny, It's I mean, yeah, we joke about how there are a lot of Müllers or Bauers in Germany, but yeah, the Vietnamese kind of have their family's names supercharged in that regard. How was it if they don't change laws?
So,
Okay.
Ruben, we have paused. So
Yeah.
Technically, you can already go to
I
sleep.
know.
Yeah,
I just don't want to interrupt.
Oh yeah, sorry.
But then let's get it behind us that you can finally
Actually,
sleep.
yeah.
Okay.
Thanks everyone for tuning in and hearing our rambles and political stuff and looking at the Aldi lesbians, which are very important. Share the Aldi lesbians. We need the Aldi lesbians out there so people make good fan art of the Aldi lesbians. Anyway,
All these lesbians.
yes. See you all around and on Sunday probably. So yeah, have a good night, have a good time everyone, and goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.